Alrighty, good morning and happy Pride. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Oh my gosh, am I gonna sneeze right when I press play? Don't sneeze just because you press play. How about a sneeze? Oh my god, the timing of that, bro. My God, brother in Christ, brother. What was that, brother? Hello, OBS. Can you please lock in, brother? Why aren't you locking in? Why doesn't it want me to show you this? Oh, there you go. Okay. Let's go. Happy Pride. Happy. Also, mental health, men's mental health awareness month. I thought that was in November. Is that for cancer? So confused. Anyways, New York City Hall turned Chambers into a runway for its first ever Pride Ball. So. Oh my God, love it. Okay, happy Pride, everybody. Happy Pride, everybody. Okay, now let's see. Let's figure this out. Let's talk about it. So, this is New York City Hall. Man, Zoran took over. New York just whooshing. Which, to be fair, he actually also. Wait, I have a Zoran. This is. These streets will make you feel brave. Okay, I'm gonna get copyrighted. Zoran gave a special message to queer and trans members. Hold on. Oh.
I am here to wish you a happy Pride Month. I just,
like I love.
Anyways, cute. Happy Pride Month. We love to see it. We love to be here. We love to be us. We love to be us. Okay, now I want to talk about a couple of things as we get started here. Let's see. First and foremost, it's Friday, which really bums me out because I feel like there's so much I want to talk about. So we're going to have to squeeze things in today and hopefully come back Monday with more. I want to start here and then move forward because I think it's important. Let's watch this video together. And then after we watch this video together, we'll have a conversation. This is thanks to the Discord for sharing. Really loved it. Let's talk about how we show up in the world. You know, the content this last week and a half has brought a lot of new people into my into this bubble, into my channel, but into this bubble. And you know, we are judgy biological creatures, and we judge people by how they look and how they present, and we judge people for how they show up in the world. And we've been talking about, you know, whiteness a lot lately because Hassan Piker is a white man who's also Turkish. He's from Turkey, and I'm a white woman, and I'm, you know, my family's from Iraq. We're West Asian, you know. And when we have conversations about how we present, we're talking about the U.S. context, and we're talking about the intersection of also being from places that the U.S. often deems, or at least me, deems a terrorist associated country. So we also have to have that intersection at play here. And as I say this, we also understand that the blacker and browner you are in the United States, the more you will be targeted by police officers, by teachers, by authority figures. And so we have to find that we have to contend with that reality, right? I also have been getting a lot of comments in my chat talking about like, oh, white women voted for Trump and Brittany's mother is a white woman and she's the reason. But my mother is a West Asian immigrant who voted for Trump. It's a very different and very specific demographic that we have to talk about, right? Oh my God, Tristan. Oh my God. Is that $100 super chat, bro? Happy Friday to you. That's a crazy, is that what that says? That's a crazy super chat. Thank you so much. Wow. Oh my God. Hello. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. That's so sweet. Thank you, Tristan. Appreciate that. Yay, Tristan. Whoa. Love that name, Tristan, by the way. Love it. We need to talk about why immigrants vote for Trump is my point of this, because minus the fact that I have white skin, Assyrian people are very displaced people. They're very confused people. They're always arguing within themselves. Are we Chaldean? Are we Assyrian? What are we? Like, it's so fucking annoying. And also it's why I don't engage in the community. Here's a little example, okay? I watch this channel on occasion, but I do not condone its conservatism. They're not even always that conservative, but they do have it. They could be religious. Okay, I don't want to speak for them, but sometimes I do sneak onto Assyrian YouTube, and I'm just like, but the conversation's about, are we Assyrian? Are we Chaldean? This is just like an example.
So you talked about faith, talked about religion, talked about different religions. We talked about being Assyrian and Chaldean, right? This is the controversial thing I wanted to talk to you about. So I'm Catholic, but I say I'm Assyrian. And for those who are listening that don't know, Assyrians are an ancient people who survive today that come from the Assyrian Empire. Most people know it as Mesopotamia, cradle of civilization. There was Babylon. And now there's different sects and religions, and we are a divided people. My friend Paul is a Chaldean. And if you want to explain that really quickly, and we can talk about the controversies behind that and why it's a little bit silly.
Yeah, I am Chaldean Assyrian. Chaldean is, Assyrian is my ethnic background. Ethnically, I am Assyrian. A lot of Chaldeans do not identify Assyrian as their ethnic background. They identify Chaldean as their ethnic background.
Right.
Which is not accurate. And
So this is so funny to me because this is literally the conversation we've had our whole lives, which is why Assyrian immigrants who come to the United States try to immigrate closest to whiteness, which we've been talking about with the Asian community also trying to do the same, and why Black and brown people aren't always afforded that same ability, but people try, right? But then that's why we have to deconstruct away from whiteness as a concept and as a structure. But the dilemma is, too, that the United States forces white people to come here in many ways and dissolve their relationships and connections to their background. So, I have a peoples. I can ground myself. I have a history. I have a lineage. So even though I am white, and that is true, I have a peoples. And when you have a peoples, I think it just changes the way you show up in the world. And so I want to kind of talk about that, in relationship to this video I'm going to show you. But even yesterday, I was Do Not Worry podcast. I was listening to Anthony while I was editing, and Anthony, I always try to comment to like show support, whatever. And Anthony was talking about, we always joke Assyrian cousin, which is a very specific thing. I don't think other white people have that relationship with ethnic sameness. Like I don't know if you guys have that, but like when I see another Arab or an Assyrian, we go, oh, it's my cousin, this is my cousin. We tell people, like literally I've had strangers who are Arab literally refer to me as their cousin, and people go, oh, that's nice. And I'm like, we're not literally cousins, but yeah, like that's just, I'm sure that exists globally, right? Okay. So Anthony was on the stream going, Brittany's my cousin. And then, he goes, someone in chat goes, oh, isn't Brittany Chaldean? I didn't know she was Assyrian. He goes, well, I'm Chaldean too, technically, but I'm Assyrian. Because Chaldean is the Christian Catholic part of the sect. It's not the ethnicity. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think that nuance adds a lot to our own individual relationship with self, which is why when Assyrians or people who are not white, not black, not Asian, and that we're the other ones. We're like, hi, we're the other ones, and then it becomes the only thing people know us for is like terrorism, and it's like, okay, we're more than that. You know what I mean? But then it's kind of this whole conversation about our story is different privately than it gets to be publicly. And also we're trying to change the way we talk about it publicly, which is why I proudly say I'm Assyrian as much as I can because of my background. So I always want to acknowledge that my white skin absolutely affords me privilege. Like that's just, we're not debating that today, right? That's not up for debate. That is just a fact. So when I see TikToks like this, that says white women prefer to focus on patriarchy and feminism because if they focus on white supremacy, they'd have to face themselves. 100% agree, which is why I say it's the trifecta. White supremacy, We have to tackle white supremacy and capitalism and patriarchy. So I agree when Black women especially, or Black people in general, come into my chat and they say, as a white woman, it's easy for you to XYZ. I hear that. And though I just need to say, I still think it's important that you understand the category of white I am, in the same way you should understand the category of white Hassan is, and Hassan and I should both acknowledge our white privilege. So both things have to be true because we are dealing with a very special immigrant problem that I don't think white people who've been in America all of this time and all these generations, it can go back to when their family members were, enslaved people. We don't have that history. So I just think like what we're adding to the conversation could help us move forward. I think the dilemma is when I criticize Hassan and then you guys come into my chat and say, oh, this white woman's speaking about Hassan. Again, I don't know why you need to erase both of us being West Asian or me being West Asian in order to have this conversation. But we are a peoples and we have a history. And even when I say this, he's Turkish and I'm Assyrian. We're not even, you know what I'm saying? We're all kind of the same, but we're all kind of different. So when we have this conversation, I do think there needs to be an acknowledgement of both things always, forever and ever. So I don't ever want to pretend my white skin doesn't give me a privilege, okay? With that said, it is very strange for me to see a whole panel of Assyrian people talking, especially knowing they're all conservatives, basically, which is so frustrating for me. I even asked my mom one time, I was like, is there any Assyrian guys I could ever date? And she was like, they're all religious. They are. They're all religious and they all vote Trump. All of these people, a lot of these people are Trump voters. Look at them.
That's his wife, man.
His wife is like,
Hold on. An old man came up to me yesterday when I was dressed as Yom at Tony Kalgarakis' booth yesterday. I hope he's not
This is
in
the,
room. He pulls out his phone, he goes, this is our honeymoon. And I'm like, Yom is fake, right? Like, I'm not actually a 50-year-old woman. Very uncomfortable. Thank you, thank you.
So Paul's actually engaged to a Venezuelan.
Yeah, what's up?
So was
Like, you must know how frustrating it is, right? And this is the Assyrian American National Federation. Like, guys, there's organizations, there's Assyrian communities. My family is heavily involved in a lot of these communities. And I say to you, like, the reason I am not is because they're religious and they vote Trump. You know what I'm saying? So I want people to recognize, like, immigrants from countries that are called terrorists are also struggling to find identity in the United States. This is why I don't hang out with Assyrians typically, because as much as I love them, they're usually conservative and I'm queer, right? I'm a queer person. So when we have these conversations, there is just like this dialogue that's so hard for us. Like, I'm trying to break these generational curses in my own lineage for this reason. I'm trying to say, like, I shouldn't have been the first queer person to come out in my family. I shouldn't have had to do that because I certainly wasn't the first gay person in my family, right? Even if I was the first person to come out. And that's what people have to understand is I recognize in my own background. So when I want all of our communities to recognize this, we kind of talked about it yesterday. I don't know how much you love your parents, but I love my parents and I know they're problematic. I don't know if you were lucky enough to be born into perfect parents that were not bigoted and not homophobic and not transphobic and not ableist, but I wasn't, right? So I don't know if you just got lucky, but I doubt it. I think all of your parents are problematic. So don't come from my parents in the comment sections when you know for a fact all of your parents got problems. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this mess. And I'm saying we need to hold our elders accountable through love and compassion and distance. But I think that this is the problem that I'm going to see from younger people is like, we are now the older people. I mean, I'm going to be 40 for fuck's sake. Like, I'm almost 40. You know what I mean? And so when we have these conversations, it's obvious to me that we're not just our parents' kids anymore. We're now the adults who need to take over and signal to younger kids some sort of, you're going to be okay. Because our parents weren't doing that. So maybe you guys got lucky, but even the most liberal parents I know, problematic. Okay? So again, I understand you want to come for my mother in the comments because I share things to be relatable, but no offense, don't talk about my mom. You know what I mean? Like, don't make me ask you about your mother, okay? And that's the thing right there that I think is disrespectful. So I'm trying to be transparent. I'm trying to share my own struggle to help you on your own, but there's no way your mother's not problematic. So don't come for mine in the comments. Okay? With that said, let's watch this very nice TikTok from this very nice person shared by my Discord, who I think is giving space to white people, not me, who don't have a connection to their background and don't have some sort of roots, but you do have roots and you should go look for them. All of us have roots. All of us came from somewhere and that's powerful, right? Okay.
Conversation with a lot of white women lately, and by a lot I mean like 2 or 3. We was talking about ancestral spiritual practices, and they all were like, I don't know if I feel like I have a right to ancestral spiritual practices. It's something I'm interested in, but I feel like I don't have access to that. And I'm here to say y'all do. And actually y'all need to get in the booth. Actually, some of y'all white folks, they are in their ancestral spiritual practice of racism. They are right. That is nothing but rituals. They are in that practice. So those of you who don't want to be doing that, you need to be doing the other ones. The ones that aren't white, because white was made up. And actually what happened is your white ancestors sold their culture, their ethnicity to whiteness. So you're really a spiritually lost people. That's why you're so obsessed with trying to play God. That's why you're so focused on appropriating everybody else, because we have a connection to something beyond what y'all are trying to impose on us. You want access to that. You want to feel that. I understand that. I don't want to feel that too. But the thing is, you can feel that. You can, because some of y'all were supposed to be speaking Gaelic. Okay, some of y'all were supposed to be Celtic witches. Celtic? I don't know, because that's not my culture. But you should know. Black folks, we was kings. You were Vikings. You had braids. You didn't have box braids. You didn't have our braids, but you had little Dutch braids. Bring back them braids. You do those tutorials. One of my white friends, she does singing groups of like different European ancient singing, a Balkan singing group. And I love hearing about it. You know why I love hearing about it? Because it's not Bantu singing. I don't know what they're talking about over there, but she tells me, and I love seeing the video. Send me the video every single time. Cassie? You need to be singing in fields, at rocks. Athena is somebody you could probably light a candle to. I don't know. And the point is, I shouldn't know. That's for you to know. Find your way back home. Return to your home. Everyone, black folks need to return to Africa. Black folks in America got home. We found we can be happy here. Love going back to the roots, but we have roots here. Where are your roots? You don't even know. Your roots start at mayonnaise, and you don't even know how to use that right. Please find a spiritual home. Please tap into your ancestors. And actually, some of y'all need to be doing ancestral work to right the wrongs of your ancestors. Some of you need to be doing this work to right the wrongs. You need to be your ancestors' worst nightmare. Yeah, you're so worried about Martin Luther King's dream. What about you creating a nightmare for your ancestors? I've been having a conversation with a lot of...
Okay, I really love this video. And like, I want that for people. Like, I don't ever want to take it for granted that I have a peoples. Like, I think that's so important. You know what I mean? Like, guys, let me just like make it clear of how different. My bestie's white. And she has like 2 first cousins, and I've met them. Okay. Let me just tell you the difference about our lived experience. So I was on a road trip once, and I was heading to Michigan to see my family. And my aunt's like, when are you coming? We've made food. We're going to have people over. And I said, I'm coming. And when I was on my road trips, I stayed with specific aunties every time I went, because my cousins are there, whatever. Okay. I'm driving. I arrive. And I'm not exaggerating. There's probably like 25 people there and a bunch of food. And I said, bro, I'm literally just visiting. And the way they make you feel like you're a fucking superstar. Like 25 people showed up just to see my parents' kid. You know what I mean? Just to see like, when I'm sitting here like, what is happening? And it's nice. It's a nice feeling to be like, everybody's, oh my God, like a celebrate. And I'm just like, it's a very different experience, right? Food is there, all your favorite food, and they're sitting there and feeding you, know what I mean? And I'll never take it for granted. But it must be hard not to have that. That must be really difficult. You know what I mean? And so I want you to have that. I want everybody to have that, because we did come from somewhere, even if it's complicated. Even if it's, even if we got to fix some stuff in our family lineage, And so when I think about the people in the comments not understanding categorization matters, I think it does for this reason, because America and white supremacy has taken whiteness to be a very specific thing. And yes, again, I'm never going to talk about how whiteness isn't a privilege, like it is. And I think that privilege ends the moment they find out who your parents are. I think that privilege only goes so far. And that's what people need to recognize. And that's why Assyrian immigrants need to stop voting for Trump, because your whiteness is only going to get you so far. And that's only if you're a white Assyrian. What if you're a brown Assyrian? And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you have to be very careful about the way that whiteness plays in your life, right? Yeah, chat says it's conditional whiteness. It is very conditional whiteness. Same with the happening with ICE raids. Like, a lot of people who thought ICE wasn't going to pick them up, they got picked up. And it's because, like, oh, you thought you were the good immigrant. And so that's what I'm trying to say to you. Like, we need to be very careful about the way we are being reductive about these conversations, even though I know that's what politics wants you to do. They want you to be very reductive. And I'm saying here on this channel, we're trying to be anything but that. But yes, 100%, like, I will never downplay the privilege that my skin gives me, just generally. Okay? And also, when I have people talking about my mom in the comments, I go straight to just Googling Assyrian people and I feel better again, because my parents went through hell. My family went through hell to just exist. The women of my family went through hell to just exist. You know, married as children, impregnated, 17 births my grandma had. Like, patriarchy up the ass. Like, the reason we have to focus on patriarchy and Assyrian bubbles, and yes, white supremacy, is because our mothers were married. Okay, our grandmas were married at 10. Okay, like, my grandma was married at 10 years old, 17 babies. Okay, so it's very personal to me that we deconstruct patriarchy, because patriarchy led to my grandma being chosen to be a child bride, which, by the way, happens in the United States still, to, quote, keep the lineage alive, to, quote, her obligation as a girl in the village. What the fuck is that? That's patriarchy. That's bullshit. And so for me, it is very personal. And that's why it's so important. Okay. All right. Now let's talk about why it really is that deep.
How would you describe
Okay. It really is that deep. Check this out.
Mika? He would describe me as... Oh yeah, you can take it away. No, I was actually asking him. I have 2 words. A lot of farts. No, that's pretty funny though. No, I'd be like, yeah, you know, some bitch. Oh my God.
Okay, do you guys ever watch skits like this and you're like, oh, I know there's an original? That is a type of media literacy. Okay, so I'm gonna have 2 conversations here. It really is that deep, and media literacy, like some sort of understanding. So if you're not on TikTok, you might not understand. This indicates there is an original. And you go, oh, where's the original? So I went looking for the original, right? That is a very different and specific experience. Here's the original.
He would describe me.
Oh yeah, you can take it away. I was actually asking.
I have 2 words. Yeah.
A lot of farts.
No, that's pretty
Fat.
funny though. Be like, yeah, some bitch.
Oh my God. So
So
anyway,
she's the best person he knows. The best person he's ever met, and I'm some bitch.
Dab me up. We're locked in over here.
nice. So anyway, what do you got?
Anyways, they're not engaged anymore, but it was 2 years later. But it really is that deep. Now, a lot of people said, oh, it was a joke, guys. They were totally fine with it. It's not a big deal. Apparently, I think she's an actress and he's a Disney kid. I don't know the exact lore. But what I'm trying to pay attention to is why it is that deep. Okay, I'm going to make an argument. Stay with me. Okay, so some people would be like, it's just a joke. You're so serious. Oh my God, it's just a joke. And I'm like, it's not ever. I mean, it can be just a joke in safe company, but it's almost never a joke on a public podcast. It always is that deep. Here's Sharon Stone revealing her ex-husband's furious reaction to breast removal that ended their marriage. Sounds crazy, right? Listen.
But I am deciding that I will have a bilateral because I'm not around. And my husband said, wow, this is ridiculous. And got up and left the room.
Which part was ridiculous?
That I would have a bilateral.
Oh.
He was furious.
Oh.
And the doctor...
Not that the cancer, if it was true, might kill you?
No.
He was mad about the
bilateral.
The breasts being removed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the doctor said to him, if I had more patients like her, we'd have more women alive today. You need to sit down. And I said, I make the decisions, not you. That was the end of the marriage.
Got you.
That.
I knew women when Angelina Jolie got a double mastectomy because of breast cancer. and the probability of her getting breast cancer because she has the gene, her mother had breast cancer and so on. There were men who said, why would you get rid of your boobs beforehand? And I remember having that crisis as well. Like, oh my God, is my identity my breasts? What if I get rid of my breasts? And it took me so long to deconstruct my attachment to my boobs because, you know, there was so much identity around gender, around having breasts, which is so interesting at the point of losing our lives to cancer because we're afraid our gender is under threat because of our breasts. And this is why I say it really is that deep. Women dying from cancer because they don't want to remove their breasts because their husbands will leave them. Do we know, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have to be so serious that everything is so much deeper. It is that deep. It is that serious. Everything we're talking about. Okay? This isn't just like, oh, it's just, you know how many women I know too who get married to men and have gay or trans kids and then find out then their husband's transphobic, homophobic. And I'm like, well, did you guys talk about this when you were dating? They're like, he seemed chill. He said he was fine with gay people. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, you need to have serious conversations about the people you make babies with and the people that you sleep next to at night. And yes, you can still be deceived. And yes, you know, a predator is a predator. I'm not saying you can always be perfect at your vetting. I'm saying we can do more than we're doing, though. We can do more than we're doing, and you could still be tricked. So I don't want to victim blame because, you know, some people out here make it their whole personality to deceive women into marriage, okay? Now, there is updates, and I'm upset about this update. Okay, I'm very upset about this update. Ashley Janae was proposed to on her birthday trip. Remember, we covered this. She died after having a fight with her fiance. Now they're saying she attempted to hang herself. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Zanzibar just released a report on the death of influencer Ashley Robinson. They say that she attempted to hang herself at the Zuri Hotel, and that was the cause of her death. Now, if you've been following this story, you know she was there celebrating her birthday. Her boyfriend, Joe McCann, proposed to her. Her family, who I spoke to early on in this ordeal, said they were concerned about not getting concrete answers regarding this investigation. The attorney for Joe McCann told me that his client was relieved to finally come back home a couple of weeks ago so that he can start grieving the loss of Ashley. For many, there are still a lot of questions surrounding exactly what happened that night. According to a freelance journalist there who got us video of the news conference, the investigation found that Ashley died as a result of the suicide attempt she made on April 8th of 2026. And they also noted that no other person was involved in causing her death. I did reach out to the family of Robinson as well as Joe McCann's attorney and have not heard back.
I just don't believe it. I don't believe this woman who is having an amazing weekend, an engagement, story of her best influencer, everything, got into a fight with her fiance so badly the hotel had to separate them. And then she allegedly tried to kill herself. And you know what's crazier? Is people in these comments, let me see if it's there. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, this one, look at this one. It says it doesn't make any sense. And then they said suicide usually doesn't make sense. Fun fact, actually, I think it really does. Not always, but very typically, suicide is like, it can be very reasonable. It can be very obvious. There's usually patterns. You're telling me this woman randomly got into such a big fight with her fiance that the hotel had to separate them into separate rooms and then allegedly tried to kill herself randomly? I don't think so. I don't think so. And you have to understand the layers of that are at play here. Listen, I don't want to, okay, I'm going to talk about it. Listen.
Officials in Zanzibar just released a report there was the cause of her death.
Okay, I need you to look at this photo. When I say who you are in the story, sometimes it's also what you look like. There is just a very specific type of looking white man who gets with a very specific type of black girl, and they are always abusive. I mean this so seriously. It's a very specific look. It's a very specific target. It's a very specific victim. And I just refuse to believe that this woman tried to kill herself. It's a very specific type of vibe. And these women think they're getting the Prince Charming, the most amazing thing. They lavish them. It's the same thing that happened with that other girl. It's with the Scandinavian scammer, whatever his name was. They love bomb. I'm rich. I'll give you everything. And then boom. Okay, it's like, and she was an influencer in her own right. She had her own, but and then they're going for the successful women. Note that in both of those cases, they were both successful women on their own, and then the men who were less successful came into their, I'm telling you, there's always a look, there's always a vibe, and it's a pattern. Yeah, the Danish deception. Because you remember how she was successful, she had a house, she had her family was rich, they had stuff, but then these men come in like they're rich too, and then they come in and they ruin these women's lives. And I'm not saying that woman was perfect, but I'm saying like she doesn't have to be a victim. And that's the point. Like this woman, Ashley, it just doesn't make, none of it makes sense. And you saw her parents. We saw a video with her parents. I just don't believe it for a second that this woman tried to kill herself and wasn't either, I don't know, he did something or something happened. It just not. And then I don't know about her background, but I think her parents are in the US, right? Hold on. Let me double check this because we saw her parents. Let's look at her parents again because this would give us the information we need. Because if I'm not mistaken, Black people infamously do not hang themselves. It's like kind of a thing in the US. I don't know about anywhere else, but US Black communities talk about this all the time, that they infamously do not choose to hang themselves. I don't know. It just feels such like a weird fucking thing. Ashley, Janae, I think it's Robinson and Janae. I think her stage name is Janae. Yeah, Ashley Janae. Family seeks answers. Okay, let me see this. Yeah, we saw her parents before.
The luxury hotel the couple was staying at called saying Ashley passed away. According to the hospital's.
Oh yeah, and the fiance didn't even tell the parents. The parents were notified by the hotel. So the fiance didn't even call his in-laws to say, "Oh, your daughter?" What?
Report. Ashley had an unidentified mark around her
Why
neck.
is this so low? An unidentified mark around her neck.
Wrote, quote,
According to the husband, she found herself hung. She hanged herself to the door.
Herself on the door with several question marks.
Sometime Jill went back to the room with security, and that's how they found her.
Ashley was also
Yeah, I don't know why it's so low, the audio. This is so weird. I just don't believe it. I'm so upset about this update. This update is so fucking upsetting to me. And this is why I'm saying this. Like, this woman, she's probably not going to get justice. Like, I'm so angry, I feel myself like I'm going to vomit. Like, she's probably not going to get any justice because the system is just going to say, oh, she tried to kill herself. It's just suicide. Okay, but why she tried to kill herself? Don't you think it's kind of important about why she maybe tried to kill herself? Not that I think she tried to kill herself. Do you know what I mean? I'm so angry for her. I'm angry for her. And she...
Uncertainty, mystery, anger, sadness. It's like a part of me has been taken away.
On April 5th, influencer Ashley Robinson, who goes by Ashley Janae on social media, was celebrating her 31st birthday in Zanzibar, Tanzania. She was on the vacation with her boyfriend of 1 year, who popped the question.
Boyfriend of 1 year. Listen, I got engaged after 6 months, but that's different because my relationship doesn't look like this specific kind of, you know what I'm saying? 1 year and they got in that big fight.
Just 2 days before.
We believe that they were in love. We believe that their relationship was genuine.
Ashley's mother says she never would have expected that less than a week later, her daughter would be dead. On April 8th, she says Ashley called saying she and her fiance got into an argument and were moved to separate rooms. The next day, she received another call, this time from her fiance.
He told me that Ashley did something to herself and that she was being taken to the hospital. I said, what happened when? And he told me it had been 11 hours prior.
Hours later, the luxury hotel the couple was staying at called saying Ashley passed away. According to the hospital's medical report, Ashley had an unidentified mark around her neck. They wrote, quote, according to the husband, he found she hanged herself on the door with several question marks.
Sometime Jill went back to the room with security, and that's how they found her.
Ashley was also taken to a second hospital who listed her cause of death as cerebral hypoxia by strangulation and suffocation.
She's never done anything that would ever lead me to believe that she would do something to harm herself.
She was not just going to be discarded and forgotten about.
I'm so annoyed with this update. I'm so annoyed with this update. I think, okay, and I'm going to keep going because I have 2, 3, 4 more videos I want to show you. It really is this deep. I'm telling you, when you date a man, any man of any color, of any background, he must be questioned about his patriarchy. He must be questioned about his misogyny or misogynoir. He must be questioned because he is so heavily conditioned from the time he is a child into adulthood. And then we reinforce it because of our training. We all must deconstruct. But I am sick of seeing women die with their partners or associated with their loved ones. And then their story is just so forgotten. And then the men, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's so statistically more likely that it's going to be at the hands of your partner than otherwise. And so I'm sitting here like, so he was never a suspect? He was never questioned? Apparently he was allowed to go back home. Is this man like, it just feels crazy to me. And I'm not even saying he did it. I'm saying I don't think she killed herself. That's what I'm saying. I don't think she wanted to die. I don't believe it. The cop, you know, the police or somebody could figure out if he murdered her, but something happened. And I don't think she did it. Or, like, I think this is the problem. He could have driven her insane. It happens, right? He could have said something. What did they fight about? What was the car? How was your fight so violent that the hotel had to separate you? I just have like 1,000 questions. Anyway, I'm really upset with that story update. I didn't even know we were going to get an update, but now that we have an update, I'm very annoyed with it and I'm very frustrated. And I think you should be too, because it really is that deep. How a man talks about you on a podcast, how men joke about women in general, how men talk about women in video games. We're going to talk about all that. Okay, it really is that deep. I saw a video from a girl on TikTok who said, you know, I ask a man if he's a feminist and how he responds tells me everything. Because again, it's not that a man has to identify as a feminist. It's how they respond anyways. Feminism. Like, okay, versus, oh, I support feminism 100%. Do I identify as a feminist? I feel it's out of place. I am a man. Maybe I want to give that to women, but I support women. Like how you answer the question matters. So, okay, now we're back to Hassan Piker. I know, but we're not going to show you a video of Hassan. No. I'm going to show you a video of men called comedians talking about Hassan and Ashley St. Clair. And listen to the permission that Hassan gave other men to talk about Ashley the way they're talking about her. This does not exempt Ashley's responsibility for the harm that she has caused. I do not think she should be platformed. I do not think she should have a microphone, at least not to talk, not in the way of like upholding her as great, like this great liberal, like person or something. But she has the right to speak about her own abuse and problems from Elon Musk, right? She has been absolutely victimized by Elon Musk. So she deserves to speak about that. But I don't think the liberal should be uphold like this. Oh, Ashley St. Clair. With that said, look at the way that these men have garnered permission from other men to speak about women in this way.
And Hassan had her on stream. And I believe that if you're going to be a real revolutionary, then he should have on baby moms on stream.
On stream?
On stream.
You don't just allude to it?
No, on stream. Make Elon watch. You know Elon watching.
Yeah.
I'm tired of fake revolutionaries. What we do now, if you're a real revolutionary,
pipe them.
Pipe them.
This is
pipe
called
down
comedy.
the ex-MAGA girlies, because they coming. They left their little dog shit partners or husbands, boyfriends, and now they coming over to the left. And for some of you white leftist men, be a real revolutionary. On baby moms.
Yeah, and you know they weren't getting good dick. So.
They was not getting good dick. Yeah. So you give them...
Make them make the face in the camera. That will hurt their former lovers.
Give them that above average dick and then make sure their former lovers hear about it so they can get on that special K and crash out. That's real revolution. Okay? When they go low, we go lower. Okay? You don't lift them up, you take them to hell. So that was a key moment. You do not have to respect why the grifter is now coming over your way. Okay? But if the grifter got the yams, whether they be boy, girl, or they, pipe them. And make sure everybody over in that community knows that they got piped.
Correctly.
Disrespectfully and correctly.
Knockout.
They're called knockout nerds. But look at this. So their chat even was like, bro, this feels kind of weird. Never that serious. It is. So why does anyone who matters care? What does that even mean? Break it down, Ryan, like third grade all over again. Now you're right. It's crazy that they're even joking about sleeping with a former racist as a revolutionary act. Hassan Piper. This is equivalent to reading 3 chapters of Theory, by the way. I wouldn't touch her with a 10-foot pole. Elon leftovers. Ew. This is straight from Mark's textbooks, by the way. On stream, y'all crazy. The red flag guy. Hassan Piker, I'm crackling. You know what I mean? So even people were like, I don't know. You know, this isn't like a nice way to talk about women. Some people were very like, you know, hey, what are you doing here? But okay. So again, patriarchy, like misogyny. You know what I mean? These men are not on our side. They are not going to protect us when shit goes down. This is how they speak for fun, for money on pods. And they're knockout nerds. I love how the brand is like, they even mention a they, them. You know what I mean? It's almost like they're trying to be, you know what I mean?
They were doing a buy one, get one free thing.
Okay.
But turns out when people looked at the numbers, that right before they did buy one, get one.
Like, you know, they're trying to, you know, they have a thing. And again, look at this though. It doesn't end with comedy or sports bubbles. It's in video game bubbles too.
I'm not playing this because she's a woman. Men and women don't think the same way, and any game told from a female perspective will have decisions that a woman would make, actions a woman would take, outfits a woman would wear. I'm a man. I don't relate to any of those choices. Lara Croft was popular because she had 2 assets and rarely spoke. Notice the trend? No man played those games because he wanted to hear a woman talk for several hours. Yeah, I'm not.
I think he's partially reading as well and sharing his own thoughts. But Asmin and his community will literally bitch and moan every day about how like, oh, I don't care what my video game character is, but all of a sudden they care. This video is also going viral. This is a stitch though. So this original video is everyone's stitching it.
I don't care about the agendas. I don't care about the politics. Keep that shit out of my movies, my shows, and my games. I don't care. Stop forcing this shit down my throat. Come on, man. During the height of all of this fucking agenda, feminist, LGBT, all that shit, like at the height of it is when you choose to do this shit. That means it's very obvious that you guys are trying to push a fucking agenda.
You know, I was gonna come on here and say something insightful and go into a full deep dive as to why exactly you are wrong and why you are bigoted, but I think actually you said it best. So let's play the clip.
Social media is the land of the dead, man. Like, this is where the dead come and talk. This is where the people with no life come and talk. This is where the people who are upset at the world and everything else around it, and they spread dangerous ideas. And they peddle all of this stuff to children.
So the next time you want to spout misogynistic bullshit like this, make sure you really think of the children, and hopefully that will help improve your decision making.
Just to be clear, a man getting on stream and saying, I'm not going to play a video game character because it's a woman is misogynistic. A man interviewing a woman and asking her about her body count and sex life and then joking with another man the next day about what a piece of ass she is and like how she's going to use her body to, but that's also misogyny. Okay. And this is why I say like, it really is that deep. All those people that were like, it's a joke, it's a joke, it's a joke. It's really that deep. Now, before we move on to a politician who is now being outed by multiple women he's interacted with, right? I want us to reset. I want us to go back to the beginning. That ultimately this is about centering children. And there is a very adorable video going viral right now that I need you to remember. All of these little boys will be men one day. They're literally relying on you as adults to help form them and guide them. And every grown man we have to deal with today was somebody's child. We are all responsible for how our sons turn out, for how our children turn out, for how men are. Yes, we are. Society, not women, society, okay, is responsible. All of us are responsible for guiding children into a better future, regardless of their gender. But if those kids grow up to be men one day, we have to guide them in a better direction. So let's reset with this very adorable video. And just remember that, God forbid, any of these little boys grow up to be, you know? It says when your kids invite their neighborhood friend over for dinner. So it's a mom talking to the neighborhood friend of her kids.
Baby, can you eat salmon patties?
Mommy! What's that one? Mommy!
It's fish.
Mommy!
You can have fish. Can you have green beans?
Green beans, yeah.
Can you have rice?
Yeah.
Can you have biscuit too?
What kind of biscuit?
A buttermilk biscuit.
I'm allergic to amoxicillin. Mommy,
That's the only thing you're allergic to? You sure?
Mommy,
well, I guess you can eat dinner then. Y'all, Y'all need to stop. It's not funny.
It's done.
A few moments later.
Oh, this is so cute.
Is it good?
All right.
It's food.
Oh, like this stuff is like, it brings me back to my childhood. Just like, you know, you have a little kids table and your mom feeds everybody in the neighborhood, and it's so cute, and it just makes me so like, it resets me, and it goes, okay, whew, for the kids, like for the community, like for the babies, you know, it's so cute. It just like, oh, it makes me feel like, by the way, guys, listen, we have 2 babies on the way, and I'm just like, oh, I'm so excited to buy them stuff, and I just love it so much. But like, we have a baby coming on my partner's side of the family, and we have a baby coming on my side of the family, and I'm just like, oh, I'm so excited. And I just got like so excited because I'm just like, oh my God, like I'm not, you know, I'm going to be like an auntie, you know, again and again and again, all these babies come into our lives. And I'm just like, you know, it's just about resetting with them in mind, you know, because they really are everything, you know, they really are. They rely on us so heavily, you know, they rely on us so heavily. And so we need to remind ourselves of that. All right. Now we have to talk about how much men suck. Men who were boys at one point grew up to be who they were. These men leading countries, these men's doing genocide, these men's committing rape, these men who exist in communities to talk about revoking women's right to vote. These men were all children at one point, and society failed them. Often patriarchy failed them while offering them the world. So yes, men are victims of patriarchy, but that does not mean that men also don't do themselves any favors by not focusing on dismantling it, right? And then they marry women that they expect to uphold that patriarchy with them, and then blame the women for all of the patriarchy. You gotta stop blaming women for patriarchy. You have to acknowledge that they're responsible, but they will never have as much power to be as responsible as the men. Yes, white women in particular hold power with white men. And if you separate white men from white women, the experience can be different. That doesn't mean that these white women are innocent. They're not. Ashley St. Clair, I made that, 2-hour long video talking about like, stop pretending like she didn't contribute to so much harm. And with that said, she is a victim of patriarchy that upholds systems. She's not the driver of that system. She benefits, but she's not the driver of that system. She will never be able to sleep her way to the top. Ever. Women will never have true power in patriarchy. So they're always going to be ultimately victims. Okay? If men as a whole truly despise patriarchy and see that it's not working, they truly despise capitalism and see it's not working, then we would be in a very different position. But because men are all embarrassed millionaires, and because men are all embarrassed kings, and they all think that one day they'll be at top, they are more than willing to throw women under the bus for power. So just a reminder, as we talk about Graham Plattner, that he is seeking power. And we are so willing to give it to him, even though it is obvious he's not supposed to have it. How willing we are to give our power to these men, just like with Trump. Oh, it's his personal life. It doesn't matter. Oh, he didn't really do those things. That's the news. Fake news is trying to slander him. All these things. These men are asking for power, and we are just handing it over and going like, hey, why does the world keep being the same thing that it is over and over? Because we keep giving the worst men power. And I'm saying, why can't we as a population be wiser about who we give power to? And that's why I say the world is a reflection of us as a whole. You are responsible for how the world is. Okay, first, we start with femmes and women, non-binary people, talking about Graham Plattner, then an interview with Graham Plattner himself, facing scrutiny after multiple women have come out with abuse allegations, or what toxic relationships abuse allegations, okay?
Brand new reporting. There is brand new reporting. It has broken since I've been on the air. It's in the New York Times, and it is about Maine's Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner. He's currently the frontrunner to become the Democratic challenger to Republican Senator Susan Collins in that pivotal midterm race in Maine. After news reports surfaced that he had sent explicit messages to women while he was married, several women came forward to the New York Times about their experiences with Plattner. From that new New York Times reporting, quote, In interviews with the New York Times on Wednesday, several women described Mr. Plattner as a fun and caring partner and said they felt safe with him. Some remain friends with him to this day, years after their relationships ended. But in extensive conversations over the past 2 months, 3 other women who had been romantically involved with Mr. Plattner offered a far more complicated assessment, describing volatile and toxic relationships that were unsettling and at times emotionally wrenching. Mr. Plattner could be charming and charismatic, they recalled in interviews, but also demeaning to women and, in at least one case, even physically threatening. He drank heavily and was regularly unfaithful. End quote. It's important to tell you, our viewers, that one of the 3 is a conservative activist who has worked on Republican campaigns, but she says that she would have spoken out even if Graham Plattner was a Republican candidate. She disputes Plattner's claim that he did not know that the tattoo on his chest was a Nazi symbol. From that part of this new reporting, quote, Mr. Plattner, she said, knew when they were dating years ago that the tattoo was a Nazi symbol and that he called it my Totenkopf. The Plattner campaign, quote, strongly disputes that claim that he knew about the tattoo and that he told her about it.
Okay, there's layers to this, and I'm open to hearing people. I understand politics is nasty, and I understand that people lie. But given his track record of being a mercenary for 20 years and then Blackwater, I feel like it makes sense that he would also know about this tattoo, and it's interesting that he dated a conservative woman. Okay? So I would not be surprised. Okay? With that said, we do have to be cynical and reasonable about who's giving us this information. Okay? Before I continue, just said, Brittany, in dismantling, deconstructing patriarchy, would you say white women are more of a driver of the system in comparison to black men? Wonder if them being white trumps POC men, at least in the USA. I would say, if I had to put it into a picture, okay, I would say, first of all, if there is like a sort of hierarchy, okay, obviously all black and brown people are at the bottom because of racism, okay? And then I would say white women are in the middle because of racism. And I would say white men are at the top. So I would say white men, women, POC, okay? And then I would say this is under white supremacy alone. But if we look at patriarchy, okay, then we have to contend with the reality that if the conditions are good, like through capitalism and business, then women, regardless of their skin color, will always be objects, while men of color will rise to the top, but never be as high as white men. So it depends on the intersection. So obviously under white supremacy, white women have it over black men. And again, the issue is which is stronger in America. If a majority of people are white, well, that's going to change. But, you know, then the system plays differently. So it depends on which system we're looking at and how we're reviewing it, you know? And I think that's the issue even with gay men and gay black and brown men or gay white men. Like, if you're in a group of white supremacist men and you're gay, you might all beat up on a black guy. But if you're in a group of football players and they're black and white and there's a gay guy and you guys are homophobic, all of you are going to beat up on the gay guy. And it just depends. So these are personal and then these are systems. The system uses our personal to move itself forward. But what is the system at play? The question is like, who is mobilizing? So it just depends. It really depends on the circumstance from the personal perspective. Now, listen, I got a comment that said the issue with how Brittany talks is she goes from systems to people, systems to people. Oh, I'm sorry that I think they're related. Kind of like sex and having a baby have something to do with each other. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, yeah. The way I think, the way my brain works is that both of these things have to work together. That systems impact people, people impact systems. And so, yes, we go from systems to people to systems. Okay? So, yes, we have to have these conversations. Okay? Jess said a lot of women were pissed that black men could vote since they didn't want to be overruled by black people. Sure, during the suffragettes and during the original, the creation of the 19th Amendment and all of these things happening in the original kind of like what we think of as the original feminist movements, a lot of them were very upset that black men might have gotten the vote before them. And so they started to rally. That is true. And those women were also raped and impregnated and forced into marriages. They were also victims of patriarchy. This is why I say all of us have to realize they're not going to pick us. They're not going to pick us. They're not going to pick us. Okay, whether you're an immigrant, white supremacy isn't going to pick you no matter how close to whiteness you are. Okay, if you're a black man, they're not going to pick you, even if you're a millionaire. Okay, if you're a woman, they're not going to pick you because you will always be secondary. Okay, and so that's the point. Now, who is the they? Now, the they is very interesting because the they is the people who hold power but play victim. This is the irony of weaponizing victim politics against minority and marginalized people. Because the truth is, you see these white men who are victims of their own psychology, their own patriarchal beliefs. And yes, they are not making it in capitalism or patriarchy, but they still play for it. They play for the team, even though they lose every time because they're thinking one day I'll be the 1%. So all these men in my comments who were like, Brittany, you're mad at the 1%, but you're saying all men because you still back the 1%. You keep telling me, you swear to God you're not going to back these men, but all of the comedians, all of the actors, all of the people, all of the jokes come at the expense of marginalized people, even when they're marginalized. So you keep telling me you swear you're not the 1% and it's not all men, then why is it a man every time? And why are you always involved? And why is there a man somewhere who's turning his, oh, I can't see, I can't hear, it's not my fault. It was my friend, I didn't do it. I get it. We all are connected to problematic people. Our parents, our loved ones. Like if we really talked about the dirt in our families, all of us would be guilty. Okay, what did that Palestinian man say? He without sin, throw the first stone. Go ahead, girl, I'm waiting. So I'm not sitting here saying we're not all at fault. I'm saying though, that you have to deconstruct personally patriarchy, and then we have to mobilize to deconstruct it out of our system. We have to dismantle it out of the system. Okay? It's layered. It's very, very complicated and layered. I mean, we're living in a world where people don't even know why they like the TV shows they do, let alone the people they're attracted to. People think race is an attraction of preference. Guys, you can't have preference for people. They're not, items on a pizza. Wait until I tell people like race preferences are racist. They freak out. You can't have a preference for race and not be racist. That is conditioning of white supremacy. That is a conditioning of some version of your brain saying, oh, I prefer white people. I prefer black people. I prefer this. I prefer my babies to come out. What did they used to say in the 90s? Mocha. Oh, my baby's skin is going to be so pretty. Okay. All of that stuff needs to be deconstructed. All of that stuff, we need to stop it. You know what I mean? But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. And so that's the point. Like, I understand that we are fighting ourselves and we're fighting the system. But this is why I like philosophy, because it's us. We are the problem. All right. Now on to one of my favorite theys and thems.
You can like Graham Plattner. That's totally fine. You can like.
This came out 13 hours
So
ago.
here's the thing. You can like Graham Plattner. That's totally fine. You can like him. I think what you can do though is just hand wave away any and all criticism that people have of him and just say that if we disagree with him or don't like him, we don't actually care about progress. Because when you do that, you don't actually give him a chance to actually take accountability for his own actions, and you try to protect him from the very natural consequences of his own actions. And yes, he has tried to atone for the things that he has done in the past, and that's totally fine. People are not the worst thing they've ever done, but that takes time. And in the sort of grand scheme of politics, we don't know Graham Plattner. He has never held elected office before. He's not been in the public spotlight that long, so we are all still getting to know him. So it's natural that many people are just not yet willing to forgive him and may never forgive him. And again, that's just a natural consequence of his behavior. And that's what true atonement looks like. It doesn't look like expecting every single person every single time to forgive you. You have to be willing to accept that it's like, yeah, you know what? I made mistakes and people just might not fuck with me anymore. And that's on me. And with this latest story about him sexting women outside of his marriage, like, yes, I understand that like him and his wife didn't work on that. And like, girl, I don't ever want to love somebody enough where I'm willing to make a video about them cheating on a girl. You better than me, girl. But more than anything, like, don't we all recognize that the U.S.
And that's because we humiliate women in public. This woman has to go on a humiliation. My husband and I, we fixed our marriage. My husband and I, 6 different women.
Congress kind of has like a pretty notorious problem with people, elected officials, using those positions to have inappropriate sexual relationships and sexual contact, including sexting with staff members and other people around them. So this behavior that we are learning about, it has direct relevance to his campaign and the position that he might hold. And look, Graham Plattner is the nominee in Maine. Like, it just is. And like, I don't know, I feel really conflicted about that race. I'm glad I don't gotta actually make a decision. I feel too conflicted about it. But like, I guess my point is like, you can't both have the position. I don't think it's fair to both have the position that like we have to hold politicians to a standard. We can't accept less, right? We got to have like, you know, moral policy positions, which I'm with. So me and my twin and them, we're right there. You can't say that and then I think turn around and then act like the way that they move personally doesn't also impact, like, doesn't matter as well. Like we gotta hold. It's about holding people to a standard, and it can't be about lowering those standards if and only when the person's talking about Medicare for all. It's like, well, no, hold up. I don't. That feels like a double standard for me.
It is a double standard, because when you say, oh, it's just his personal life, it's his personal life. Is him being racist a personal life? Is him maybe being interested in a legal minor? Like, oh, she's 16, but it's legal. Is that his personal life? Like, you guys people act like, right? Like, personal life means like that's not going to have an impact on politics. And we wonder why the world is the way it is, because our mothers hide what our brothers and uncles do. Our aunties, you know, fight you when you call out what grandpa did, right? Our friends and family date men who are abusive, and when we call it out, okay, we victim blame children. We're not ever allowed to call men out. It's never their responsibility. And it's always, well, what was she wearing? What was the child doing? Don't wear a swimsuit in front of your uncles and brothers. Don't show up that way in front of the men. Oh, what is this? What are we talking about here? Yes, personal is political, isn't it? Isn't that what we've been screaming for years? Well, if the personal is political, then him picking 6 different women to cheat with is personal. It's political, okay? Let's jump around to chat. Chat says, Brittany, the thing about race preference as a dude is I never want to argue with white women, Asian women, or whatever who don't like black guys. It's like, why try and convince someone to like me? You shouldn't try to convince someone to like you. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you as a black person or you as anybody need to convince people to like you. You should love people for who they are. I'm saying that the person who's saying they don't date black guys needs to deconstruct. I'm saying the person who is being racist needs to do the work. I'm not saying the victim of the racism needs to do the work, right? I don't want you to date somebody who doesn't like you. I don't want you to date a racist. You know what I mean? I want you to date somebody who loves you as a person and as a consciousness. I'm saying the racist person needs to do the work, guys. Okay, next video.
So I'm rescinding a major... I was wrong. So I'm rescinding a major endorsement today. Let me tell you why. The New York Times just detailed disturbing allegations regarding Graham Plattner and a pattern of abusive behavior against women. I want to be transparent. I gave Plattner a glowing endorsement when he launched his campaign for Senate because I believed in his vision for an economy that actually serves working Americans. But the information that has since come to light is inexcusable. First, it was the Reddit posts excusing abuse. Now it's grotesque physical, emotional, and psychological abuse, along with demonstrably poor judgment. Again and again, information comes to light showing that despite what he says on the campaign trail, Graham Plattner disrespects women. Now you're about to hear a whole lot of people try to minimize this, speculate about ulterior motives, or claim that this is just the behavior of a bad boyfriend. But we have the responsibility to do what is right, even when it is politically inconvenient. Women cannot be an acceptable sacrifice for the next election. Holding each other accountable is what sets us apart from those we claim to organize against. So does this put Democrats in a horrible position? Yes, but that is Graham Plattner's fault, not the women he hurt and not the rest of us that are pushing for him to take accountability. Look, we were having the same conversation about Eric Swalwell 2 months ago. In the moment, the electoral stakes were high, and those of us pushing for accountability were facing rampant criticism. But we know which side was ultimately the right side of history. We have the opportunity to show up differently now, and I hope we do.
Okay, ready? MS interview just came out. Graham Plattner is going to be interviewed about the women who have come out and talked about past relationships with him. Let's see how he holds up under scrutiny. I'm going to assume poorly.
Graham Plattner, Democratic candidate for Senate in Maine, joins me now. Mr. Plattner, it's good to have you on. Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
I just want to say at the start that, like, we've had you on before, and I think you and I are both people that in other contexts talk about income inequality and healthcare and all those issues, which are extremely important, and we devote a lot of time to on this program. This is not, the thing that we spend a lot of time chasing. But, there's some serious stuff there I want to go through with you, and I think voters have a right to know about it. And I want to start with what Ms. Fifield says about being rough is the term the Times. And I'm going to just read you the account so you have it. This is from the Times. Mr. Plattner could be rough with her, Ms. Fifield said, particularly when they were drinking, leaving her shaken and sometimes afraid. In the interviews, she grappled with how to process her experiences. She was quick to note, he never hit me, he never punched me. She said he regularly grabbed her by the shoulders, sometimes hard enough to leave marks. On one occasion, yanked her out of a cab by her wrist after an argument in which she wanted to stay in the car. During one argument, she recalled he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a bedroom, and held the door closed from the other side so she couldn't get out, telling her to remain there until she was calm. Eventually, Ms. Fifield said she fell asleep and left the next morning. It hurt, she said, but she added it didn't cause any injury. It didn't break my arm. Did that happen?
No, it did not. There are some allegations in this piece that I just want to be kind of unequivocal about are simply not true. Anything alleging physicality, anything alleging that I knew what my tattoo was, these are the statements of someone who's politically motivated. In this piece, there's a lot about my struggling, not being a good boyfriend, certainly self-medicating with alcohol, and I've been very upfront since the beginning of this campaign that was a pretty dark period of my life after I came back from my combat service, and that's what that kind of life looks like. And so there are things in this that I absolutely will take responsibility for and have been speaking about openly for months now. But those serious allegations are just not true.
You did not grab her by the wrist. You did not put your hands on her shoulders. You did not push her into a room that you closed the door on. She's lying about that, is what you're saying.
Yes, that is not true.
You mentioned the tattoo. So I want to talk about that because I think this was troubling to a lot of people.
It's interesting that he literally killed people for a living, was deeply unethical for most of his career as a person, talked about his problems with alcohol, talked about how he was in dark periods, cheated on his wife multiple times, but he never put his hands on a woman even slightly, not any time in his life. And not only that, but, and listen, this woman is a conservative. So, and yet, I will just say this, conservative or not, women don't typically lie. And she could have lied about something worse. The way she even said it was like, hey, it's bad. But if it was going to be a lie she would make up, you think she would have gone further. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm more likely to believe her just because it makes sense with his story, even the way he tells his own story, right? But it's interesting that this is like she's lying. It's political. Maybe. Or maybe once again, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, and I think, again, your account of it assuaged some of that fear, clearly in Maine voters.
Oh, yeah. Chad said, my question is, how the fuck did he get into the position to be the progressive politician in the first place? Like, are we dumb? This is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, why the fuck is Graham Plattner here? Out of nowhere, he showed up with a horrible past in history, one thing after another. And this is what I'm saying about how are these people with microphones claiming to be radicals? How, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is why I think it's a joke that people think Hassan Piker is even slightly a radical. He's obviously not. He's literally just a celebrity entertainer at this point who talks about politics. He might as well be Piers Morgan, okay? I mean, he goes on his show, which is just a sign that you're fucking absolutely a joke. But, like, there's this obvious thing happening where, like, this is the guy we're promoting. You're basically engaging with Democrat politics. And I'm saying, what is the point of all of this? Are we all going to come together to bring somebody else forward? And again, I don't do politics. I have a right to ask a question as a voter, as a person who's looking at these people like, hey, aren't you supposed to be telling us what we're doing? You can't ask me. And I know people in my chat were like, well, Brittany, what's your solution? I do philosophy, but I'm also a public voter. I deserve to hold my political commentators accountable for the way that they claim they're guiding people for a better America. Is this the better America? You guys act like voters can't ask questions. And I'm asking a question. Is this the best we have? Because if that's the case, once again, okay? So don't come in my chat and say like, well, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm not in politics. I'm not a political commentator. I'm not a politician. I'm not a public servant. But I am a voter and I deserve answers.
As reflected again by reporting polling. She says, same person, that you referred to the tattoo as my Totenkampf, which is the German word for this particular Nazi symbol. There's other reporting in Jewish Insider in October in which an anonymous acquaintance says you used that same phrase. Did you know what this tattoo was about before last October when you said you first became aware of it?
No, I did not. And I also think it's important to note that it's very likely, and I think that she is that same source. She's the person who's been telling people this from the beginning. And so I feel like, we're kind of rehashing the thing we've been through.
If Graham Plattner cared about the American people, he would have left this race the minute the first scandal hit. And he would have given it to somebody more worthy. But these white men can't help but seek power. because that's all they're here for. They are power-seeking men. He's been a power-seeking man his whole career. Everything about his career is power-seeking. So I don't know why we're sitting here pretending like, I'm not shocked. Are you shocked? I mean, we're not shocked, right? But I'm sitting here surprised that political people are shocked that we are not excited and not interested in Graham Plattner. And I'm saying if men are sitting here asking us for power, we have the right to be picky about who gets it.
A tattoo for 17 years. It's a skull and crossbones. I got it with other Marines who I served with in Iraq, in Croatia. And in the time that I had...
Don't bring up Croatia. Don't to my face bring up Croatia, okay? You're not even allowed to say her name. Don't even talk about her to me, okay?
I got a security clearance with the State Department. I re-enlisted in the United States Army, where I was screened for gang and hate tattoos. And I took my shirt off in front of my family, many of whom are Jewish. We even released as a campaign a video, which you're putting up on the screen right now, of me dancing.
Okay, none of this is the point. None of this is the point. Just because none of us know that it's a white supremacist symbol doesn't mean it's not a white supremacist signal or symbol. Just because somebody doesn't know it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, why is he saying this? Like, okay, so nobody knew it was except the people who knew it was? What's your point? That all of us are uneducated and don't know any better? Great. It still is one. Right? Like, what are you talking about? Okay? And the way he's making it sound like, oh, nobody questioned it. Nobody questioned it. Okay, well, that doesn't justify it. He doesn't sound remorseful. He doesn't seem to understand like the gravity of the offensiveness. Wait, let me see if I can bring up this video really fast. Ooh, no. Okay, let me see if I can bring up this video really fast. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Hold on, pause. Don't leave me. Don't stay with me while I look up this video. Oh, come on. Where is it? I have so many videos saved to show you guys all the time. It's actually fucking crazy. There's this woman who got this really offensive, like, Japanese tattoo. And then she covered it up. And I was like, it's that easy. It's that easy. She just said, hey, I heard this was, like, a really offensive tattoo. I'm so sorry. Here, I got it, covered it up. And I was like, damn, it's so easy for people. And it's the way she even acknowledged it, too. Like, it was real. Like, it wasn't, like, annoying or came up with this whole story. She just said, damn, like, sorry, I didn't know. Okay, here.
It has been brought to my attention that my tattoo is problematic. I was already going to get it covered, so instead of getting it, I was going to get it touched up. So instead of getting it touched up, I'm just going to get it covered. The artist was kind enough to do a house call, so I'm at home waiting for her to get here. She should be here any minute now.
Chet's like, he did get his tattoo covered up. He got his tattoo covered up after it became an issue for his campaign. But he's still talking about it in present time. Is like, I didn't know. I'm just a guy. Tee-hee. And I'm saying, stop tee-heeing me to my face. Regular people take more responsibility. They show more remorseful, like, embarrassment than this man going, I was just ignorant. Tee-hee. Sir?
Yeah.
Did he also know cheating was bad when he was cheating on his wife? I didn't know, guys. I just didn't know. Let's go. Nice cover up. Beautiful. Well done. Good job. Thank you, ma'am. Showing us how it's done. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay. I'm saying this man covering it up after he was caught is not the same thing.
At my brother's wedding to his wife, who is Jewish, and her fully extended Jewish family. And I would not have taken my shirt off in that context if I had known. And so any statement saying that I did know is again, totally false.
I do want to follow up one place on this, and I don't want to get too forensic, but the Times basically reported that they saw texts of hers, including a text in August, I believe August 3rd of last year. This would be before October of last year, in which she basically said that you had a quote Nazi tattoo, and she joked about how she's going to go volunteer for Collins. Now, again, this is a text that got sent, so like we can place the time, right? This is in August. How does she know it's a Nazi tattoo in August of last year, and you don't know it's a Nazi tattoo in August of last year?
Well, she certainly didn't send that text to me. So whoever she sent it to and was talking to, I can't say why, but I will say that I certainly didn't know. And the text messages she's sending to friends who may have recognized it, they didn't tell me that. So.
Can we talk? I want to talk about the piece that came out before this, which was about what your wife had alerted your internal campaign folks to, and just to sort of stipulate to get out ahead that, like, I think some people view this as a real betrayal by your former campaign manager, and that may be true, and I understand. And I also watched the video that your wife put out, which I found incredibly compelling and moving, about what you worked through. But just to be clear again on the details here, and there's obviously two subtexts here, right? This is you facing Maine voters at a primary and also a general election that's going to happen. We all know that, right? We're all on the same page. Were you sending sexually explicit messages to other women back in 2023, 2024?
Oh my God, I didn't even know it was that early. Wait. When they said it has started at the beginning of their marriage, I don't know why in my head I thought it was like kind of before that. So wait, was it actually literally just a couple years ago?
As reported in the piece.
So
yes
this
or
is
no?
the first time in my life that Amy and I's marriage has been the interest of people besides Amy and I. It's definitely a bit jarring. A bit
yes or no, sir?
strange. It's also a marriage that is very strong and that I do believe we deserve some privacy in. I will just say this. At the beginning of our marriage,
at the beginning of our marriage. Okay, was that like a year ago? I felt for the marketing of at the beginning of our marriage because that makes it sound like a long time ago.
Mistakes, and Amy held me accountable for them.
Oh, makes me snake. Oh, he made a mistake, guys.
And we worked through them. And the work that we did made our marriage significantly stronger. And who we are today is an incredibly faithful and happy married couple. Amy is my best friend. I love her more than anything else.
Well,
and quite honestly,
not more than cheating 6 times.
The hardest part about this whole campaign is I don't get to spend as much time with her as I like to. And so it has been it's been a hard experience to have gone through this together as a couple long before.
Oh my God, just answer the fucking question. Did you or did you not? Yes or fucking no? Oh my God, bro, you've been talking for 30 minutes.
Our lives were brought out into the public. And then to have it essentially outed by someone that we put our trust in, who then turned around and betrayed Amy's trust.
I hate this. I hate this shit when abusers go, can I confide in you my abuse? And then you're supposed to keep it a secret. Like, fuck. Why should I keep it a secret, bro? Why are you telling me this shit? Why the fuck do people do this? Why do they fucking abuse people and are toxic and they're like, hey, can you keep my fucking shitty secret? Damn. And now we're complicit in keeping your fucking stupid secret because you, quote, worked on it in your marriage? I'm so sick of it.
And has now turned, frankly, our private parts of our marriage into a bit of a public political spectacle. It's hard, but it's our marriage. And it's a good marriage, and we're very happy in it and very happy with each other. And I thank my lucky stars every single day that Amy is my wife. And
bro, push him, bro.
She has given me a lot of grace and a lot of love over the years, and I'm a lucky man for it.
I'm here from you. You don't want to get into specifics and details, and I can respect part of that. But I do want to just make sure on the timeline, right? Because I think there's two things going through people's heads a little bit here, which is, you have talked about self-medicating with alcohol and being pretty messed up when you got back from the service and trying to figure out what you were doing and doing things maybe you wouldn't stand by now and saying things you wouldn't stand by. But this is 2023. And so there's a difference in the time. And I think the first question is like, when did this stop? If it stopped, if there was stuff that you're not proud of that you worked out with your wife and you don't want to talk about the details, when did it stop?
Oh, it stopped when it was happening. I mean,
He's playing right in our faces.
Amy and I, it happened soon after we got married, and we dealt with it very, very early in our relationship. And so that's when it stopped.
Are there texts of yours, pictures of yours floating around out there, which again, maybe from a time capsule, but people, I think, are understandably a little nervous. Maybe you'll be the nominee, probably be the nominee for the Maine Senate on Tuesday. And then it's October 10th. And here's a text or picture of Graham Plattner that is not the kind of thing that you want to see. Like, are you worried about that? Are there texts like that?
I'm not worried about it. I mean, I went, as I've talked to him, I went through my life.
So it says his spouse they got married in 2023. So it happened 3 years ago. He cheated 3 years ago at the beginning of their marriage, which happened in 2023. Okay, I Googled it. They got married in 2023. This is fresh. This is new. This is a man who recently had an affair with his wife with multiple people. Okay? That's what we're looking at here. And this man, fresh out the womb, wants to come and be like, let me be a leader. He is seeking power after when he was in a position of power, used it and abused it in his own marriage. Okay? So there you go. Bro.
through a number of years, struggling and not exactly acting with the best behavior. I've been very, very open about that. And
This is exactly the kind of man you want your daughters to marry, isn't it, huh, girls? Absolutely fucking not. I wouldn't want my brother to date this kind of man, my sister to date this kind of man. Absolutely fucking not. Disgusting.
people would like to continue to drag things up from that time in my life. I'm sure that we are going to see at some point somebody attempt to do exactly that. Just know that these are things that happened before I became a public figure, before I got into politics, and it's a part of my life that I'm very happy to talk about and talk about the struggles within. And so I do think that as we move forward.
And by the way, we have to hold him to a different standard as a public figure, as a public servant. This is not your personal story. This is not your personal life. This is a man seeking power from us. Okay? We do not need more men in power who are like this. This isn't your brother or your father. This is a man who wants power. Okay? This is why we're more critical of politicians, and we should be. They are in power, right?
You know, what we've built up here is really something quite spectacular. It's very new. And I think one of the reasons why it's worked so well is because I have been very open with the people of Maine. I go all over the state. I've held over 80 town halls.
I'm very open with the people of Maine, but I won't give exact details about the one question they want to know about, which means I'm hiding information. It's not that fucking hard. You are now a public figure. Tell us the YouTubers share more information. YouTubers are literally more transparent. Let's go. You're a public servant. Tell us the details. How many times do we have to sit here and watch this happen time and time again?
And I ask or I answer questions from Mainers regardless of what the question is.
Then answer the question. Then answer the fucking question. When did it start? When did it end? Tell us the details. Who knows? Maybe voters who have had the same problems in their own marriage might actually be empathetic with you, but you're hiding it. You're being a snake. Tell us the details.
I've made myself very accessible to people, and I want them to know about my struggles because I firmly believe that if you believe in a transformational politics, you got to believe in the ability for people to transform. And my journey is one of transformation, and I'm very happy to talk about that earlier part in my life, and I have no doubt that people will attempt to continue to revisit Reddit posts, continue to try to revisit parts of my past. But I think what's really important to note here is that these are things that I talk about in my past, things that I'm not proud of, but it is a past that I had to go through to get where I am today, and I'm very proud of who I am today. I'm very proud of the movement that we've built up here in Maine.
Just to be clear, just about revisiting, right? I mean, I think
Get him.
Channeling concerns, I think, of Democratic voters and Democratic officials and a lot of people, right? That it's not a question of revisiting, right? It's new revelations, like vis-a-vis, texts or pictures. And I know you want to give some privacy in marriage, but I really do feel like I need to get these answers from you, which is like, the people you were texting with, whatever that was, in whatever context they were adult women, you knew that, and it was consensual. Is that true?
Yes.
Well, was it consensual? Did they know you were married? Did your wife know? It wasn't consensual for your wife. It might have been consensual for those women. Did they know you were married? Did they know who you were?
And you have that you confirmed that. You knew their age.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, God. I mean, yeah. Yes, of course.
What? What a weird ending to that clip. You knew their age? You never know on these online websites. You never know how old people are. Okay. Chad said, honestly, I thought he was a Republican. Well, he's definitely got the vibe. He's definitely got the vibe. So, okay, when we have these conversations, when these men are seeking power, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, like, why are you guys getting mad at us for being critical of these men? Because you're like, oh my God, what about Collins, though? What about Collins? Chad said, ideal situation. How would you like to see the situation and election evolve from here? Why are you asking me this question? Right? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, are you asking me as a neighbor, as a friend, are you asking me as a person? What position of power or not power are you asking me this from? Right? Like what angle do you want me to answer this from? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, do we remember that I don't make political content? So it almost sounds like a political question. Like, do you mean as a voter? I don't live in Maine. Do you mean as a voter in general? I'd like to see the world uplift good people. I'd like to see the world take accountability for its actions. I'd like to see all of us do the work because all of us are complicit in the way that the world is. I would like us to pick people who aren't freshly connected or freshly associated or freshly, you know what I'm saying? Like, I, as a voter, would love to see us pick somebody in this big ass country who isn't the worst person who's ever existed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I, as a voter, would love to see us uplift good people, which I do think exists. I do think good people exist. Do I think they're in politics? No. I think good people die when they go to politics. I think politics is where evil lives because it's all about power. And you can't have peace and power, you know? Right? You said I just meant it how I asked it. Okay, this is a philosophy channel, right? You said ideal situation doesn't exist. It's a myth. How would you like to see the situation and election evolve from here? Philosophy forces you to ask questions. And it forces you to ask, why did I even ask this question? And why am I specifically tagging Brittany? And what does Brittany have to give me in this situation, right? So when I ask you, why are you asking me this? I'm not asking because, you know, when you say, oh, I just meant it how I asked it, you could have meant it as Brittany knows more about politics than I do. You could have meant, oh, I think Brittany's a political content creator. I should ask her. You could have meant, oh, Brittany's older than me. She knows better. You could have meant, oh, Brittany's the one with the microphone. So she must, you could have meant 1,000 things. So when I ask you, what did you mean by it? I'm being very serious. What do you mean when you ask me this question? Because and this is why I ended up getting diagnosed autistic, because every test I took, 9 of them, every time I was asked a question, I was like, what do you mean by that? Because I know life is multi-layered. You could be asking me 1,000 different questions, right? You know? And that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to say, like, hey, I know people are nuanced. And you could meet, like, when people say, like, what is a woman? What do you mean by that? I don't mean to play Jordan Peterson, obviously. What do you mean by that? What is a woman? I'm just saying sometimes it feels like I'm telling you what I would like to ideally see from this. I feel like I've been screaming it all week what I'd ideally like to see from this. You know? Yeah, Chet said it could have meant I'm trying to catch Brittany in a gotcha because I think there's no better option than Plattner, which is half the comments I've been getting this week. Oh, well, Brittany thinks she's so smart. What does she think should happen? Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me? That's what I'm saying. I'm allowed to have an opinion without also having the solution, as my job is not political. Again, if you guys understand that politics is a real job, people go to school for it. They literally go to school. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go to school for poli-sci. I didn't get a political science degree. I decided to leave politics at a very young age because the grifting was crazy. You know what I'm saying? And that's why this conversation is the way that it is. So I've been, my ideal world is one that sits and introspects and waits a second. My ideal outcome of this is that we seriously sit down and rethink everything we're doing. Because what the fuck is this? You know what I mean? The ideal scenario is everybody pauses and takes a deep breath. The ideal scenario is that everyone realizes, like, oh, we're all the problem, aren't we? You know what I mean? So that's what I think would be the most ideal. And then people will say, oh, Brittany, that's philosophy, right? That's not even applied. Like, that doesn't even apply. That's not even material, which I got a lot of comments in my chat about this week. Like, oh, you know what I mean? And that's okay, chat. You don't have to. You said, I don't think there's a good way to summarize my points. That's okay. You don't have to. I'm just trying to say, from my perspective, you must understand I'm getting hundreds of comments every day. Hundreds of comments every day from people that are asking me similar questions in very bad faith ways, right? So there's just like this problem, okay? Like this, well, look, philosophy in a vacuum, pathetic, you know? Oh, philosophy is never going to matter. Like, oh, Brittany's engaging in some sort of faux philosophy. Like, they don't even know what philosophy is. And I'm saying, when we have these conversations, right? Like, look at this, right? Look at this. Whoops, hold on, it disappeared again. Hold on, let me go. It says, honest questions. Is Susan Collins and Plattner, so what should people do in Maine then, Britt? Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me what people in Maine should do? Collins has been cheating scandals and is a Zionist, votes for war, whatever Trump wants, not even 15 years ago. It's really funny that you can only care about Chris saying the B word. Who's Chris? Chris who? Who's Chris? Saying the B word and not him believing all the Ethan Klein Destiny right wing. What is this? What does this whole sentence even mean? Dude is clearly just a lib masquerading as a leftist. Still heard about Kamala. What is even any of this about? Who's Chris with a C? Chris Kunstler? Who's Chris with a C? Do you know what I'm saying? I get comments like this and I'm like, there you go, honest question. Genuinely mean this. See how I say I can't even trust you to be genuine? When people say like, oh, this is a serious question. Like, oh, genuine question, Brittany. Honest question, Brittany. And then say shit that I'm like, what are you talking about? Chris who with a C? Maybe they meant Kyle? Yeah, like maybe they meant Kyle Kalinske. But I'm like, who's Chris with a C? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, who is this? You know? And then why are you asking me what voters in Maine should do, girl? I don't know. You know? Just said, Brittany, I think sometimes your position brings hope because of your grounded views and knowledge and philosophy. I find it helpful as a whole outside of Maine. Does that make sense? Yeah, I hope so. You know what I mean? I hope so. Oh, Chris is the gentleman in the, I think the Chris they're referring to is the clip you watched of Chris who yelled at Hassan. Hassan walked away. Oh, the Chris guy. Oh. And not him believing in all the Ethan Klein Destiny right-wing delusion. I still don't understand what this means. That's what I mean. I don't even, like, these people literally Google their favorites and see my video come up, and then they click on the video. Do you know what I'm saying? They don't even catch themselves and wonder, how'd you find my video? One of the girlies in my chat were like, wait, I don't know 95% of these usernames. Who are these people? These are people who don't even care who I am. They just care that I have one of their favorites in the thumbnail or one of their favorites in the title. And instead of saying, ooh, what can I learn from this person? They just get upset and they don't understand. And then they go here. Do you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying, look, with peace and love, I understand that in YouTube land, like 90% of our views come from people who don't watch us regularly. But you are telling on yourselves with the way you come at people. Because the way I would never leave comments like this on someone's channel. I never do this to people because it doesn't make sense. You're visiting their bubble with their words and their community. Like, you should sit and learn and wonder what's going on here. You know what I mean? Okay. Chet said, I think you have valuable perspectives and I hope your answers help me evolve and address harm I see done by others in my life. How to hold military people accountable in my life? Oof, that's a tough one. I have military people in my life too. It helps that they all hated their time in the service and they talk badly about it anytime someone asks. But I think it takes time, right? Like, I think it takes time. And you have to see where people are at. And you got to see when they're ready to own stuff. I think open with boundaries is key. I think also making it known. Like, I kind of do this thing where my sister and I and my brother were especially the most left in the family. And anytime we're with the family and they'll say something they know we don't like, they look at us and I'm like, you know what you just did. So that is a lot. You know what I mean? That's a lot. Just to make it clear, so you can't hold people accountable. They have to hold themselves accountable, but you need to be open with boundaries. Boundaries are not ultimatums. We're not going to tell people what to do. We're going to do what we need to do regardless of what they do. And we're going to see how they move and we're going to act accordingly. But I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm not going to tell you. You should know. Okay, if you want to come to me for advice about what to do, I'll give you advice. But I'm not going to tell you what to do. You're a grown up. But based off what you do, it's not an ultimatum. It's just I have to keep myself safe, right? Chat said, I would like more context on why I discuss political figures, but no political convo, if that makes sense. I am an American voter. I vote in the USA. Yeah? I have the right to discuss politics with friends, family, and community. I have the right to go to my Discord and say, hey, who are we voting for in Arizona? What's the thing? What are we doing? Because I'm a voter in Arizona. I'm allowed to say to my community, as all Americans are, we want to encourage more people to vote, but you don't understand, we need to have political conversations. We are not political leaders, though. That's why we look to our political leaders for guidance, our political podcasters for guidance. And when they are not guiding us in a clear path, we have the right to say, change direction. And I'm saying I cannot guide you politically because I already tried to do politics. It literally burns me out and I want to die because it is the worst community I've ever seen in my life, political people. They are immoral, unethical, ruthless. They sit there and act like your baby's life isn't on the line every day. And they create policy to kill your children no matter what letter they have in front of their name. So I don't want to do it. I think it's unethical, right? I think it's wrong. So I can't do it. But if you're going to play this game and you say you're the right one, then do it. Prove to us you haven't sold out. Prove to us that you're a good person. You're going to guide us in a good direction. Otherwise, you're the same as everybody else before them. And I'm saying maybe it's time for us as a community to recognize how fucked politics really is. Because if the guys who are supposed to be the best ones still can't fucking figure it out, then maybe it's not meant to be figured out. Sometimes I see political institutions like a cake you're trying to rebake in hopes that it will come out good. It's already been in the oven 4 times. Throw it away, girl. Start again. Start again. That's why we talk about dismantling the system. Because the one we have in place is like a fucking cake we keep trying to rebake. And I'm saying throw out the cake. And that's why it's annoying to see Hassan Piker and all these people go, oh yeah, dismantle the system, dismantle the system. Also vote for the system, vote for the system. We have to vote for the system. So which one is it? Are we throwing out the cake or are we rebaking the cake? Which one is it? Okay. If you really want to be the leader in political spaces, then be the leader and guide us, and I'll follow. I'll be your best friend. I will be your loudest advocate. But you cannot ask me to be Hassan Piker or any of these people's loudest advocate when they're out here condoning cheating, abuse, toxicity, bullshit, misogyny. No, thank you. Okay? No, thank you. But if you can get me a good person, I will be their biggest advocate. I'm a great cheerleader. I will be your greatest, biggest fan. Okay? You said accurate or inaccurate. If you feel like people aren't taking the red flags seriously enough, I don't think anybody takes anything seriously enough. Myself included. I don't think any person on this planet takes anything seriously enough. And that should hurt you. People are probably going to be offended, but I think it's true. I don't think I take it seriously enough. I don't think you take it seriously enough. I don't think anyone does. I think in some ways it's probably like suicidal to take it too seriously. Because God, if you do, it's going to eat you alive. How fucked up everything is. So take a deep breath and clean one room at a time. Focus on one part of your community at a time. But it will drive you crazy realizing how fucked up the world is. So don't become nihilistic. Don't become apathetic. Take a deep breath and try to be less bad every day. You know? Okay? Okay? I think again, like, I see you, chatter. Like, you keep asking me political questions, right? You're doing it right now. Have you seen FD video on Plattner? What about this politician? You're doing it right now, right? Yes, I have seen the video. We watched it on stream, okay? The point is that if you're talking about the latest one about leaving white leftists behind, I'm saying ask me a philosophical question, but you're asking me a political one, right? These are political questions. And I'm saying you should ask me, what do you think the ethics are in engaging and promoting a politician who, when engaging in power, when they are in positions of power, abuse that power? And then I can talk about the ethics. But if you're asking me which politician should we support, I don't know. I'm not the girl who's supposed to be leading us to picking a politician. That's somebody's full-time job. Someone's full-time job is researching everything about a politician to tell us what to do, because some of us, we can't do it. You can't have 350 million Americans all doing the research. Nothing will get done. Some of us are in school. Some of us have kids. We need somebody else to do it. That's what a village is. A village is all of us doing our part and giving each other the knowledge. So we don't all have to do everything. You want me to be a full-time athlete and a full-time mother and a full-time scholar and a full-time politician, right? We need to all be that's why I'm saying we need people who are doing the work so all of us can meet each other where we are. That's what I'm saying. Does that help? Does that make sense? Right? Okay. Let me see the chat. It says views on anarchism. Again, I struggle with what that means in the world in which I see mostly men talking about these things. I am for whatever leads us to be kinder, less violent, and more focused on community. Whatever that label is, I'm that. And right now, I see a lot of labels that men co-opt and use violence to accomplish goals, right? So whatever label is going to get us focused on the community, focused on the earth, focused on children, I'm that. Okay, give me the label, I'll own it. But like, the problem is a lot of these labels are co-opted by men who say they care about the community while they're cheating, raping, pillaging, killing. You know what I'm saying? So that's the problem. I want systems that help the people. I want systems that are less bigoted. I want systems that don't require misogyny to excel. I want systems that don't require patriarchy to excel. I want systems that don't require white supremacy to excel. Right? So whatever label that is, okay? Let me see. Chet said, we are discussing the ethics of the people running, which is inherently unethical. That doesn't mean you can't vote for them. Just ask yourself why and why there aren't better options. And it's layered, right? It's layered, right? Okay, so I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the curiosity. But again, I want people to understand. I want people to stay in their lanes, and I want people to respect, like in a good way, and really study the thing they know and then share it with other people instead of all of us having to do everything because we can't. You know, it's too exhausting. You know. Okay, let's see. Did I miss any questions? Britt, how do we heal the souls of so many hurt grown children? Well, this is the hard part. How do we heal the souls of so many hurt grown children? If you mean adults that used to be children, to be honest, we can't. Just even biologically speaking, children benefit from the intervention of adults. Adults don't. Adults need to be the person who wants the change first. So a child who's seeking help, it's because they don't know. That's why adults come in and we help. Adults who are already grown, they have to want to change. They have to want to be better. It has to start with them, and then it has to be a society that wants them to get better, right? Look, I got this question. Hold on. I got this question on my Nick Fuentes video yesterday. I was like, oh man, my mom brain feels bad for these boys. And this person said, the mom in me feels bad, classic white woman, fake empathy. This is why no one takes y'all seriously when talking about patriarchy. And I said, PSA, you can feel empathy for the children and hold the adults they become accountable. Punishment is a tool of patriarchy. We're all still deconstructing our punishment brainwashing that we've been given from white supremacy and patriarchy. White supremacy thinks you deserve to be punished. White supremacy thinks your children deserve to be punished. That's why they hit black children with the hardest law, the most extreme part of the law, right? My empathy for people who used to be children is for those children. The same thing that makes you want to punish all of these grown men is the same tool of white supremacy that I think these conservatives use against your children, which is why they try them as adults, right? And I'm saying, like, at the end of the day, I hear you and I hear the pain in this sentence. And I also say that that pain is being weaponized by these systems and structures of power to convince you to vote for things. I remember my parents in California, they were really convinced to vote for the 3-strike law. So you get 3 felonies, you're in prison for life, right? My cousin got hit with that. He's in prison for life. And my parents regretted it. They said, I thought it was going to be like super bad people, you know, really bad crimes, you know? And I sat there and I was like, well, that's the point, right? They always tell you, we're only going to get the criminals. We're only going to pick up the worst people. We're only going to kill the really bad people. They're not. You know what I mean? They're not. And so that's the problem. Okay. And so they're going to pick up your children, you know? And when I think about that, and that's the point of why I don't believe in prisons, and I think there should be reform, and I think people should be held accountable. I'm not saying these men should be out in the streets. I'm saying these men should be, they should be in probably facilities or in proper care, or there should be, but the problem is, like, we're too violent. You know what I mean? Like, we're so violent, bro. And we have to have a deeper relationship with our biological experience so we don't have to be as violent in all of our solutions. See how every solution is a violent solution? And I'm saying, can we have solutions that aren't violent? And you know what I get told? Oh, you're naive. Oh, you're ignorant. Oh, you're silly. This is like women always think like you can't do, you know, we have to be violent. But haven't we always used that? It has not always been the tool. The tool of violence is used by white supremacy, and it has the power. And so I'm not saying don't be violent when somebody is coming at you. I'm not saying don't defend yourself, all right? I mean, we eat animals. We're inherently engaging in violence just to eat every day. Well, some of you are. So my point is that I'm not stupid. But I'm also not the smartest person on the planet either. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be less violent. And I'm just trying to be less bad every day. I mean, even me suggesting that to people, they hate it. They hate this idea. They're like, what do you mean be less bad every day? Isn't it we're supposed to be better every day? I'd prefer you to be less bad every day. Because it starts with a premise that you are bad. Enough to be less bad. But that bad that you are is because you're an animal on the planet. But see, some of you believe in God. So you think your bad is from sin. And I don't believe in sin. You're not a sinner. You're just an animal on a planet. You're having a biological experience. So there's layers to this that I think people are missing. Guys, the fact that we don't even talk about atheism in this whole conversation is playing a huge role. Notice that all week when we've been talking about patriarchy, we haven't even been talking about the intersection of religion and atheism. And that's what I'm saying. Like, we haven't even begun to talk about all the different groups and all the different people. And this plays a huge role. Billions of people on the planet think there's a God. They think they're going to hell. Billions of people on this planet are literally taking away your basic human rights because of religion. What do you, like, half of the arguments, like half of the problems we're having are over God. So when we sit here and say, oh, here's a politician, he's a great guy, we have to support him because the consequence is this. You mean the consequence is the status quo? Why are you pretending like Trump isn't the status quo? How do you think he won so many times? So you're telling me you can have Trump or Trump light. Which one do you want? I don't know. I'm still hearing Trump. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying all you're promising us is the same. It's the same. And I know people don't want to hear that. You know, a bunch of people weaponized that against Hassan Piker. They said, oh, Hassan Piker is saying it would have been the same regardless of who got elected, except Kamala Harris wouldn't have subpoenaed Hassan. That's not what we mean when we would say the same. We're talking about micro versus macro. We're saying in the long term, it would have been the same because it's always been the same. In the short term, sure, Hassan wouldn't have gotten subpoenaed, which he shouldn't have been, right? But in the long term, it would have been the same because it is literally just a part of the system as it is. So all of this to say, this is not a political channel. This is a philosophical channel that questions our ethics, our personal ethics and morals. And it asks us and begs us to ask the question, right? How do our personal ethics and morals play into how the world turns out? Because right now, with your full chest, you'll blame MAGA voters, but you're not going to blame yourself, right? And then you'll say, oh, it's not me, it's the system. So can't MAGA voters just say it's not them, it's the system? So it's none of us are responsible for Trump getting elected, but all of us are it's everything, and it's both things. Trump voters are victims of the system too. And they're more responsible for not doing the research when it was so blatantly obvious he was lying to them. So who are we to fall for Plattner or any of these other men? Who are we to have this man lie straight to our fucking faces and then say, oh, I didn't know? Do we not know? Do you really not know looking at Graham Plattner? Is it not obvious? Or are you just another fucking Trump voter who goes, I just didn't, it wasn't, I thought it was a joke. The joke is us. We're the joke, is my point. And it's always going to be this way forever until we recognize that we are animals on a planet and we're destroying the planet and we're destroying ourselves in the process. And we have the audacity to go to bed and feel good about it. Don't beat yourself up as an individual, but also know you were complicit in the system. I don't want you to self-harm and be suicidal. I want you to be adult enough in the room to say, okay, today I'm going to take it seriously. And then take some time off from being too serious and enjoy some anime. And then come back and be a little bit more serious because kids are watching you. And then take time off and enjoy your loved ones in a humorous, loving way. And then come back and do the right thing because people need your help. It's about balance. Okay? It is about balance. Speaking of taking a break, let's take a break. Okay? Then I'm going to come back. We're going to talk about fashion is political, use it. And then Candace Owens and Anna Kasparian, which, by the way, will give you a headache. So, okay, let's take a little break. We'll come back. We'll have a conversation. Okay, guys? And I'll answer any comments that I missed. Okay? You can listen to some Elvin, links in the description for her music. Hello, testing audio. Da da da. Da 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 da. Jensen, you look Greta today, Brittany, and I thought you meant Greta Thunberg. You look great today. Thank you. I appreciate you. Pausing music in 1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm wearing my wedding jewelry today. I love when I wear my wedding jewelry. It's my favorite. It makes me feel very good about it. Bought it from a cute mom and pop shop. Shout out. Okay. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. It was the necklace. I don't know if you guys can see it. I know some of you can kind of gauge it, but it was I felt like it looked like Ariel's shell, you know? I can take a picture of it. I'll share it on Discord. I'll take a picture after stream if I remember. But I really liked it because it kind of looks like her shell a little bit, you know what I mean? And I can't remember how much we paid for it. It was just a few $100s, I think, at most. But it was great. I really love it. I love it. And the store owner was so sweet. They were just the sweetest couple. Okay, now let's do this. So this is Nicole. Nicole makes really interesting videos. I don't always watch a lot of them, to be honest, but that doesn't mean I don't love it, you know? I don't know. What are Nicole's pronouns? Is Nicole she, her, or they, them, or I don't see any pronoun. I don't see any pronoun. Nicole Rudolph. Let's see. Well, either way, let's go ahead and watch the video on fashion is political, use it. Because I always have so many opinions about these types of things. And my Discord shared this one. I thought it could be interesting.
Fashion is political, and it always has been. I don't even mean that fashion is utilized in politics to affect our opinions of people, or that the fashion industry chooses styles based on how the wind is blowing. I mean that fashion, in its simplest of concepts, is powerful. It's influential, whether we like it or not, whether we participate in it or not. After all, if it was just frivolous, why have so many tried to control and regulate it for centuries? The true answer is that it's one of the most accessible tools in social control and in resistance. First, let's define fashion. It can be the industry of clothing or the styles and trends. It can also be self-expression or group adherence through clothing. Perhaps fashion can also include broader categories beyond clothing into appearance, like hair and makeup, accessories like tech or cars, home decor, and anything else visual. It's not always trendy and stylish. One can be out of fashion, but it's still fashion. Even a minimalist wardrobe or jeans and a t-shirt is fashion. This is an especially important thought, as many people will claim that they don't have an interest in fashion or choose to not participate in it. Obviously, they are not walking around naked. They have to participate in some way. And not even in the Miranda Priestly Devil Wears Prada. Everything was designed by someone in the fashion industry way.
And it's sort of comical how you think that you've made a choice that exempts you from the fashion industry when in fact, you're wearing a sweater that was selected for you by the people in this room.
We choose what ensemble of pieces to put on, what we like.
Wait, pause. Just like the Miranda Priestly line, that's everything in your life. You think you're making choices, right? Somebody asked me that if there's no free will, then how do we make good choices or hold people accountable? When we say there's no free will, we mean that you are a combination of actions and things, right? You're dealing with your biology, chemicals, thoughts, propaganda, the way you were raised. We're saying it's not a bad thing that you have no free will. It's more or less the relationship you think you're having with choice that needs to be questioned. So who you find attractive, what you're into, what car you drive. Like, it's not to say you can't make your own choices, but if you are not meditating and deconstructing, then you're not doing the work. And that's why I sit there and I ask myself, okay, Britt, if the whole world didn't have input on my beliefs, my values, what I care about, what do I care about? What is important to me? Okay? And then is anything even important? Do I even care about money? Do I care about housing? Do I care about food? Do I care about anything? And what do I think I should care about? You know, I was thinking about it the other day. Yesterday, we kind of talked about how people were talking about, specifically about people like building their own neighborhoods. And I do think people forget, like, where are you going to get water? Where do you think food comes from? Like, I know people really don't understand how infrastructure works, but like everything comes from something. Like, we didn't just pop into the like existence. Like, our ancestors and people for thousands of years have been building systems and roads and, you know what I mean? Like, infrastructure. So we have to think about it. Like, why do we build memories to certain things, as an example? You know? So we have to be able to recognize that in ourselves, but it's really hard because you really think you're making choices in the way that that are like exempt from other people's input. Now, that doesn't mean eventually you cannot meditate and introspect yourself into a position of really coming to a conclusion that is only taking your biological experience into account. I think you can, which is different. That's your introspection versus your extrospection. Your extrospection is you in relation to others. Your introspection is you in relationship to self. I think Brittany has a different relationship to herself than she does with you guys. So how I show up here is dictated by the ethics of showing up as a community member. How I am at home when nobody is watching me and no one's listening, that is like the truest, freest version of Brittany. That is the safest I ever feel in my life ever. And being able to find someone to share that with is really exciting, but it still exists first and foremost with myself. Okay? And that person dictates how this person shows up today. So the person that you see is dictated by the person that you never get to see. And she informs this person of how to show up on stream as it relates to morals and ethics that Brittany herself creates and decides is important, because I don't believe in objective morality. And then I take that subjective morality and I present it to you on stream as this person. But this person knows I'm being watched, listened, and clipped. So there has to be a filter. Otherwise, I could just talk and you would not magically understand me, and I wouldn't have to caveat or preface or say certain. I could just say what I mean and you would, but you can't. The only person who can do that is you. This is why I say you're the greatest liar to yourself. Sit in a room alone and ask yourself questions and answer honestly, because only you know how to understand yourself without the filters, right?
Like or don't like when buying. So what makes the difference between someone choosing clothing for comfort or for color, for function or for form? If you ask someone fashionable what makes a good t-shirt, the answer would likely be the same for someone who avoids fashion. Heavier weight fabric, but soft, not see-through, usually all cotton, the edges don't stretch out with time, not too tight or too loose across the shoulders or around the arms, etc. Is that t-shirt always considered fashion? Or does it need to be styled or elevated by the wearer to count? Essentially, the purpose behind fashion is far from singular. It can be self-expression, group adherence, lifestyle, maybe even core beliefs. It can also be a status symbol, not just for the very wealthy, but for those that are middle class as well. Dressing in a standard way, clean clothing, not offensive or distracting, is perhaps more likely to get respect when out doing daily activities. It can also signal things like age and gender, personal interests like hobbies, your job, religion, cultural background, and many other variations. You may not think of all of these things when you get dressed in the morning, but odds are you have observed every part of that list on other people. Perhaps it's someone who successfully defined themselves by the clothing they wore, or maybe there was someone that looked at odds with it.
Okay, fun story. First of all, did you guys see that crazy story about the girl who asked the CEO of In-N-Out for college advice, and then she sent her a Charlie Kirk book? Look, crazy. I worked at In-N-Out out of high school. And In-N-Out's uniforms, they're see-through, but I didn't know that. So I came in for work one day and had a black bra on. And I walked out of the closet after getting ready, and my manager and my coworkers were like, "Oh, Brittany." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "Your shirt is see-through." And I was like, "Oh shit, is it see-through?" Oh. And my manager was like, "Oh my God." She was like freaking out on me. Okay, just like freaking out on me, okay? And I looked at her and I was like, "It's not a big deal. It's just a bra." And she was like, "People can see you." And I was like, "Well, my coworkers can see me. It's not like customers can see me. It's okay." And she goes, "You didn't wear an undershirt?" And I was like, "Why would I wear an undershirt under my uniform? I didn't know your uniforms were see-through." And she was just like, You know, but I wasn't ashamed that they could see my bra because like I was already started the journey of deconstructing a relationship to my body in that way. But the way they freaked out on me was like, you need to relax. It's just a bra. You guys know I'm wearing one, right? So is it that big of a deal that you can see through my shirt and see my bra? Like you guys are freaking out over something that's a duh. Like I assume you know I'm wearing. Anyways. They made me wear double shirts that day and then told me to make sure to wear a undershirt from then on. But that kind of stuff is always so interesting to me, the way that clothing can change the way people see you. Why is the difference between underwear and a bikini even a thing? Because it is. Psychologically, it is. Even though functionally it's kind of the same, it is very much different. And I think that that is what's so interesting about being a person, that even the fabric choice or the way that we assume it's needed or not needed, but utilized can completely change the way we have a relationship with things. And I think that's probably good. And I think it's probably something we should make sure we don't turn into bigotry or sex shaming or something like that.
Choosing to wear clothing that is uncomfortable or does not fit with who we are. Someone who is older, dressing extremely young, for example, or wearing a suit to an interview when that's not their normal attire and they don't know how to sit comfortably in it. The same pair of high heels can read completely differently depending on the person's ability to easily walk in them. We just give it cheeky phrases like, do you wear your clothing or does it wear you? We recognize the power fashion can have over the individual. But what about the collective? It's much more than just the nearly $2 trillion global industry. Did you know that the average American purchases around 60 new items of clothing every year?
What the hell?
But what about the collective? It's much more than just the nearly $2 trillion global industry. Did you know that the average American purchases around 60 new items of clothing every year?
Honestly, that used to be me, girl. That used to be me before I became an anti-over-consumer. That used to be your girl. That used to be me. That used to be me. Not anymore. Once I learned every single piece of clothing has been touched by human hands and everything we own will end up in landfills, my brain completely changed. I was like, oh no, that was me. That was me just buying things all day, every day. And don't get me wrong, I love it. I love to buy things, but I really locked in. I really locked the fuck in. Now, I'm assuming she doesn't mean individual socks or individual boxers, but I will just say, is me. Honestly, I can't decide how to. I think I will find a way to fill that need without it being purchasing new clothes or new things like secondhand, thrifting, bartering, trading, because I still like things. Like, honestly, I basically postponed my OnlyFans because I'm just not feeling inspired because I don't have the money to buy new sets or buy new clothes. But when I look at my old photo shoots, I'm like, they were so good. Some of my older photo shoots were so fucking good, but it's because I had costuming and I was buying new product every day and I was like building sets with them. But then where does all that stuff go? When I moved to Europe, I had to give away all that stuff because I couldn't carry it with me. I couldn't afford to bring it all with me. But yeah, like I basically postponed any new shoots because like I can't just keep filming in the same shit I have. Like, where's the art of that? Where's the creativity in that? You know what I mean? Like, it's not the same thing. Like you do have to have money to build things. Like you do have to have money to make art, you know? So anyways, it's a whole thing. I mean, there's plenty of content on there. So it's not like people don't have content to see, but I put out a big notice just saying like, hey, I'm probably not going to have new content for a while because I refuse to just make content to make it. Like I refuse on principle. I refuse to put out a shoot I don't like or believe in, but I will. Once I have money to save up and buy some things that I can utilize here, yeah, I will. But yeah, it's interesting. It is interesting. Paint supplies, art costs money. That's why when people are like, oh, I have a hobby, but it's expensive. That's what I'm saying. Our hobbies are expensive.
That's a lot of fashion in our lives. And a lot of online shopping, which is the perfect reason to introduce the sponsor for today's video, Incogni. Incogni tracks down and removes your personal data from hundreds of websites. In just the last 6 months, they found almost 1,000 places where my private information has been picked up by data brokers and sold over and over and over again. Addresses, phone numbers, employers, financial info, and yes, even shopping habits have all been handed around. As of now, more than 800 of those have been successfully taken down just a few days after they popped up. And if I come across anything beyond their list of known problems, they have custom removals as well. With their unlimited...
P.S. Sneak peek to this. Actually, let me play the sponsorship. I'll mute it so you know you can get Incogni, and then obviously you can check out their ad. And if you want to do it, you can support Wait, are we back on? Hold on.
It's not just about
Hold on. Wait, I can't hear it because my
stopping those annoying fake calls.
Nope, this is still the ad.
Texts and emails. Though
Oh, fuck it. I can't multitask. Listen, sneak peek to this week's commentary video. You remember how I made the video? You should be vegan, probably. My new one. You should do OnlyFans, probably. Anyways.
I have noticed a significant difference in how many scams have come through. It really doesn't take much to piece together enough information to have your identity stolen or accounts opened under your info. I've been diligent over the last few years in clearing my contact information off of websites that I can find, but there's just no way to keep up with how fast it spreads. Incogni actually has an estimated time saved ticker on your dashboard, and mine is already over 600 hours. There's no way I could have handled that myself. Everything from your contacts to health, employment, demographics, and even family connections is regularly picked up and sold. So
It's
take
gonna
back
be
your
good.
personal data with
It's gonna be
Incogni.
good.
Go to incogni.com/Nicole Rudolph and use code Nicole Rudolph to get 60% off an annual plan. We, of course, also wear clothing in a way that has nothing to do with fashion, protection from the cold or the sun, modesty, or even just dressing appropriately. Not wearing a bathing suit to the office, but also not wearing a business suit to the beach. Our clothing, regardless of style or how we define it, is usually there to serve both function and form. One does not exempt the other. However, some will argue that choosing
Damn,
function
friendly fire
over
in the chat, fam. Friendly fire in the chat. Friendly fire in the chat. No. Hold on. My mods accidentally hit somebody. Okay. Can you hold on? I'll check all. Let me go back. Okay, hold on.
is
I got this.
morally better. That choosing to participate in fashion is a weakness or compulsion, unless, of course, you wear what they think is appropriate. So let's start with some more obvious examples of how we powerfully use fashion, like fitting into a defined group. Yes, belonging as a concept can happen when a group accepts you for who you are and does not require any personal changes. However, to broadcast belonging to that group would obviously require some visual cues. And it doesn't have to mean wearing a sports team jersey. Even if not done intentionally, it's easy to fall into small shifts and decisions about appearance that lead down that road. Just seeing a certain haircut, makeup style, or coat brand around or on someone you like is more likely to inspire adoption. Even today, with our global blending of the internet and exposure, what is commonly worn in big cities compared to rural areas, or America compared to Japan or Italy, we have a tendency to blend in with our surroundings because we normalize them or are even inspired by them. It may be a specific location like an office or a concert that you're going off of. It can also be blending into the general style of an age group, gender, religion, class, race, and so much more. And while fitting in might be a public celebration or declaration of what group you belong to, it can also be done for reasons internal to the group, not causing discord or discomfort, following rules, even just choosing to adapt through clothing when finding it difficult in other aspects. The business suit would be one very obvious example, a narrowing of acceptable suit styles, worn every day by most men from the 1860s to quite recently, to show that they are a middle-class employee.
Ooh, we talked about suits the other day. Hold on, let me show you this.
I think one of the major problems of the gay men are still men discourse is that it fundamentally understands what it is that intersectionality is actually saying. Because the implication of gay men are still men is that it's a discrete identity and that it's completely divorced from all the other identities that you hold as a person. But the thing with intersectionality is that identities don't just intersect, they interact with one another. And I'm not saying anything profound, that's in the original paper that Kimberly Crenshaw wrote. So the way that I perceive and go through the world is simultaneously, at all times, being influenced by the fact that I'm white, that I'm a man, and that I'm gay. None of these things are happening individually at different times and different cadences. Because at the end of the day, intersectionality is rooted in Audre Lorde's standpoint epistemology, which basically just says that I have an individual experience that is completely different from your lived experience, and the way that I experience that is informed by all of my identities all at the same time. I think one of the major
There you go. Interesting. Okay. That's not what I meant to show you. So my partner and I have been like brainstorming fashion goals for me when we have extra spending money to use on fashion. And he was wondering if I was going to wear suits. And I was like, no, I'm not a suit girly unless it's a very gay suit. So I want to show you examples because we're talking about suits.
Gotta take the good with the bad.
I'm going to mute it because of copyright. This is a beautiful suit and she looks really good in it, but I'm not a suit girly like this suit. Like, that's not who I am. Okay. There are certain aesthetics that I'm just like not going to pull off / aren't going to be for me. Like, I'm not an office girly. I'm not this girl, but it looks good. Like, I'm not trying to pretend like it looks bad. You know what I mean? This, you know, this is the closest of what I could maybe do. It's a little bit more queer, you know, in aesthetic. But realistically, like, I'm not a suit girly unless it's like maybe rainbows or patches or something, but it looks good, you know? But it's too professional for who I am as a person. Like, I'm too messy as a person. I'm too klutzy as a person. I'm too like goofy. The way I walk is goofy. I'm a goofy walker. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not chic. I'm not a chic girly. I'm a goofy girly, you know, but it looks nice. Like, there's beautiful, absolute, just gorge. But I think like knowing, okay, first of all, I like her robe, but like I could do that robe, you know. But I think it's good to know like what is going to make sense on you. This girl is infamous for doing suits and stuff. Like, it looks good. Very daddy. Very mommy. Okay. I'm going to get copyrighted again. You know, like, beautiful. But it's interesting, like, when we have these conversations, right? Chat said, hear me out. Jordan Peterson's two-tone fire suit, ice suit, queer-coded. Listen, me, when I say Jordan Peterson should have been a queer icon, but instead had to be a bitch. Shouldn't say bitch. He's not even cool enough to be one. But anyways, he had to be a loser. He had to be a bigot. Anyways. Sorry, I felt really safe with you guys for a second there. I resent my safety. Okay.
Doing physical labor as lower class and thus needing practical clothing, but not rich enough to be eccentric and having their style not affect their employment or budget.
Okay, I'm gonna go, listen, guys, I'm aiming for Queer Miss Frizzle. That's what I'm aiming for, Queer Miss Frizzle. Okay, that's what I'm aiming for. I think I can pull it off. I think there are really good pieces that I can buy. Queer Miss Frizzle if she was also in BDSM. Queer Miss Frizzle kink. I'm intersecting my fashion. Queer Miss Frizzle kink. Queer Miss Frizzle with harnesses. Okay, that's what I'm aiming for. That's what I'm aiming for.
Women even developed their own versions of the business suit throughout the 20th century as their presence in the office ebbed and flowed. While the business suit is a fading concept, the list is much longer than just that. For example, many women feel it necessary to wear makeup and style their hair just to leave the house, to be put together enough to be acceptable to others.
Pause. How far away are you guys from this reality? When I was growing up, the idea of leaving the house, not looking put together, I think completely got eradicated somewhere in a millennial trajectory. We just started going out in PJs all day, every day. Like, wearing a PJ was so rebellious when I was younger. And the fact that I do it all of the time, and I don't really wear my PJs anymore. I'm like a little too old to be wearing PJs because there's not a Walmart here. Listen, if there was a Walmart here and I was there at midnight, I'd be in my PJs. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there was something that happened where I had to deconstruct away from that need, but also like I used to feel ashamed like leaving the house without my hair done, and now I'm like, go fuck yourself, like the world's ending, let me go to the store and buy milk without fucking feeling judged, plant-based of course, you know. I don't even think about it anymore, but I remember it was like it plagued me thinking about I can't leave the house, things aren't done, or people can't leave the house, my friends being unable to leave and now I'm just like, don't tell me what to do. You know what I mean? Don't tell me what to do. It took a lot of time to deconstruct from that. And I mean in a free way. I don't mean in a rebellious way either. Because I think at one point in my young life, I was like, oh, I don't need to get ready to leave the house. I'm not like other girls, but that was still a cope. I mean, really freeing yourself. I mean, not because you're doing it because you're not like other girls and not because you're doing it because you can't leave the house in case you meet a man at the store. I'm saying not doing it because you realize there's no moral or ethical implication to the fact that you couldn't do your hair today. I mean, really freeing yourself. It took a while. It took a while for me to really realize, like, yeah, I'm doing it for me. And when I show up and I dress up, it's still for me. And I know, like, Chelsea Fagan talks about this all the time. Like, she doesn't think you can dress for yourself because she's still trapped by these bubbles, right? Of, like, she doesn't know how to be pretty for herself. And I'm saying when you learn how to be pretty for you or be handsome for you or be stylish for you, It's a completely different relationship with life. When you find out how to rest for you or show up casual for you, it's a completely different relationship, you know?
There's a societal pressure for women in general to show up a certain way in the workplace, meaning we're supposed to look presentable, and somehow that in turn translates to having to wear makeup to do so.
While some places over the decades have enforced these things with actual rules and regulations, it's mostly societal pressure. Not abiding by these rules, written or not, can cause discord. Or even just we believe can cause discord.
Yeah, Chet said, I also feel like we collectively stopped ironing our clothes. Oh, 100%.
We've all seen countless TV shows and movies where we watch one of the characters wear something weird and go through all the repercussions. Even if they end up in the end really proud of what they're wearing and everyone accepting them for it, there's still discord. We're told there will be discord. I mean, there are still ongoing discussions about the wearing of natural hair as untidy or wearing religious attire like head coverings. The truth is that fitting into one group may make a person stand out from another, which is especially difficult if one of those groups has more power over.
Chad says, I feel like we should bring ironing back. Listen, I don't have nice enough clothes that they need to be ironed. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we bought clothes that were nice enough to iron, but most of my clothes can get de-wrinkled in the dryer. We have a de-wrinkling mode on the dryer. I just throw it in there and I spray it with a water bottle a little bit to make it damp. I throw it in the de-wrinkler and it's unwrinkled. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have nice clothes that they need to be ironed. But I do remember my mother ironing my father's shirts, and I remember that so distinctly growing up. But yeah, like,
that person's life. What happens when fitting in with your friends or family means being awkward at work? It's impossible to universally fit in. So let's take it a step further.
It's impossible to universally fit in because we live in different bubbles and are having different relationships with existence.
Than just belonging to see what a universe.
I think the reason we glorified and romanticized going to different bubbles and dressing like them and talking like them is because it gave us a time to do something so different and feel so involved. But like, fashion is different universally. Like, my brothers get their eyebrows threaded, you know, as an example. Not all of them, but a lot of them get their backs waxed. A lot of them do grooming. Like, you know how many men don't do that? But like in Arab circles, there's a big part of the Arab population that's very into grooming. Like, very into grooming. One time the threader really fucked him up. It was so funny. He came back and I was like, are you coming out? He had the gayest eyebrows I'd ever seen in my life. I was like, she fucked you up. And he was like, bro. When I looked in the mirror, I was like, welcome to the team, brother. He got the gayest eyebrow I ever saw in a man in my life. And it's so funny. But yeah, like, okay, when they're not fucking him up, Arab guys, like, they can groom really, really well, you know? But again, even hyper grooming on men can be seen as too much work. Like, there are a lot of guys who groom way too, like, there is a type, okay, for Britney, you can overgroom, meaning I'm not going to be able to live up to that fade every day. So if your fade is on point every day, all day, your beard is on point every day, all day, I'm going to look like a literal slob next to you because I cannot keep up. So you have to be with somebody who I think grooms similarly to you. I kind of believe that. I kind of feel like it, at least for my parents' dynamic, it really helped that they were very similar when it came to the standard of grooming, the standard of clothes, the money they spent on their clothes. Because otherwise you just look like, I don't like looking mismatched. You know what I'm saying?
Can say about us. A military uniform worn properly can be a show of force, or it can be a show of complacency. While the military...
But I also don't like you looking like you just rolled out of bed either, right? Like, I don't like that aesthetic if I just rolled out of bed. But I'm not going to be judged for going to the store if I look like I just rolled out of bed. But I don't like it as a default. I don't like the default being that if people looked at you, they thought you didn't shower or brush your teeth today. Absolutely not. That is not the brand of this family. You know what I mean?
As a whole is meant to be a cohesive mass that seems overwhelming. Each individual chooses whether they signal to their group a level of resistance or obedience. Are they resisting and placing comfort before appearance, self before group, because simply they left one button undone? Not something the military encourages. Even if it's not done out of a political goal, refusing to wear a uniform properly can say a lot about complacency and behavior. In fact, uniforms are often used as a way to erase or mute the individual. It can be meant in a positive.
Okay, I want to say something that sounds critical, but it's not critical. I got a comment on my video that was like, I miss old YouTube when people would just talk and they wouldn't add a lot of people's videos into their content. But to be honest with you, I need stimulation. I think the reason I don't find myself watching their videos very often or her videos very often, Nicole's, is because like, I need examples or I need more graphics on the screen. Like I need something because I need like a switch. I need that. Probably because I am neurodivergent, but also like this is interesting, but I also like I've lost the point of this video. I thought this video was going to be about like activist bubbles or like something about, I thought she was going to give us like the history of political groups or something. I thought we were going to learn about the Black Panthers or something today. You know what I mean? Like, where's the examples of political groups? I'm already 12 minutes in and I don't know. I haven't had one group mentioned, you know?
Way of reducing the negative implications of standing out. However, there's a lot more to it. School uniforms, for example, are often cited as a positive way to erase class, to make all students equal. However, it rarely does so entirely. We can still tell based on movement, speech, education, activities, and even just the quality of the uniform. Wear and tear, upkeep, cleanliness, etc. It doesn't erase the person inside of the uniform. Hair, body shape, race, skin care, and other body appearance still remains and is part of that same judgment. So uniforms can attempt to reset our societal interactions and structure, but they have limited reach. Not only does the body within them not change, but any time spent out of uniform can negate or support that feeling of conformity. Is a uniform meant to reflect an absence of self, a temporary or even permanent loss of autonomy, or at least compliance? Can the same idea transition into other clothing when we apply the concept of fitting in? Dress codes exist just outside of uniforms, and they come with the intention of leveling things out as well, which assumes that there is not just intention behind clothing, but potentially malintent. That clothing can be, and is, worn to bother, harass, or distract others. Wearing a uniform improperly can also be a matter of malintent. Standing out may not just be a personal choice. It has public effects. Knowing that fashion can result in less than ideal reactions also means that we know that some people are made uncomfortable by it and would prefer a more uniform appearance. Example, again, the business suit. It's meant to be a sign of obedience, not at the same level as a military uniform, of course, but it's still putting aside clothing that is practical and functional, even comfortable, in order to be a visual part of the group. It may be worn because it signals stability, practicality, wealth, cleanliness, organization, or respect. This person has a job, money, and time. They care about their appearance and have enough excess to invest in it. Even the message now is different than it was a century ago when they were required in many jobs, and when they were more affordable.
Didn't I tell you to get some better suits? I spent $500.
I love this clip.
How many suits? 5.
If a business suit can also be a sign of compliance.
I love this clip.
And when they were more affordable.
Didn't I tell you to get some better suits? I spent $500. How many suits? 5.
If
I just started sweating from how funny that scene. I love that scene. I don't even watch that show, but that scene, the way he's like, oh fuck, that scene is so funny to me every time.
A business suit can also be a sign of compliance, that the wearer will put in effort in their job the same way. Is it too a form of control? When someone wears clothing appropriate to the situation, especially clothing that takes any.
Okay, with peace and love, guys, this video is not stimulating enough for me. I'm going to like it anyways, but I got to move on. I'm sorry, I'm not stimulated enough. But shout out to this video doing 130K views in 5 days. Love that. Love Nicole. No hate. I'm going to link the video in the chat. I'm sorry, I'm not stimulating enough for this. It's my Friday. I need to be more stimulated, okay? Let's watch conservative women yell at each other. Let's watch the women fight. Fight, 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 fight. Okay. Can I just say this though? fashion and politics. Look, fashion is political, but you do not need to be fashionable to be political. Feeding your neighborhood is the most political thing you can do. And when I say feeding your neighborhood, guys, it doesn't mean it has to be literal. It can be something adjacent too. So worry less about what you look like and more about what you're doing. Okay? Fashion is a doing, but you know, if you can't do the fashion, do the feeding. Do the feeding of the neighborhood. Yeah? Okay. Let's see. Here we go. Let's switch up to Candace Owens versus Anna Kasparian. Absolutely insane timeline we're on. Okay, can I just say that? Absolutely insane timeline we're on.
All right, you guys, I am so excited. I have been saying, probably seen this all over online, that I have been dying to host Anna Kasparian because I feel like at the exact same time, her and I had perhaps a broader awakening about this left-right paradigm that is not serving the left or the right and is only serving the elites. It's how we are all feeling right now. And similarly, her and I are both under a very severe attack from Zionists who, I guess, want our families to be harmed. Anna Kasparian, welcome to the Candace Show.
Thank you for having me.
I'm like thrilled to have you. It's
Thank
just
you.
so funny because we hated each other so much.
So much. I mean, it is wild where we're at, but I'll tell you where I started to change my mind about you. It was a few years ago where, well, first of all, it started with your firing at the Daily Wire and what you were fired for, right? The fact that you were willing to call out a genocide for what it is. And I really respected that because there weren't really any media people on the right at all at that time who were willing to do it. Then after that, you went on, I think maybe a few podcasts where you talked about your evolution in regard to your perception of Muslims. And I was like, okay, that takes an honest person to say that, to like admit I was wrong. And especially on the right where, you know, the Islamophobia, which I think is the product of brainwashing, is still very much prominent, right? And then the final thing that happened was you went on, I think it was Breaking Points, you were talking to Sagar and Jetty. This is before the election. You were in support of Donald Trump at the time, but Sagar asked you, you know, you're against invading Iran or going to war with Iran. What would you do if Trump gets elected and he goes to war with Iran? You just straight up said, I will no longer support him and I'll be vocal about it. And I'm like, okay, we'll see. We'll see. And you made good on that promise. And I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I think for me, I had to sort of re-examine. It takes a lot of humility, I think, when you have a public platform. People are always rooting for you to be wrong anyway. And I think it's the reason that so many people hold on to ideas even when they know they're wrong.
Yes.
I'm the most humble. I love the humility. That's what she's like, it takes a lot of humility to be me. That's so Trump of her. I'm a very humble.
Just don't want to do the thing and go through the process of change.
But people love it.
Yeah.
People love when you're willing to be honest about what you were incorrect about and that you're willing to recalibrate or evolve on an issue. I know that I'm growing and evolving. I mean, I started working at TYT when I was like 20 years old. And so I'm now going to turn 40 in July. So that's 20 years. For me to not change at all would be ridiculous and embarrassing, to be quite frank. Right. And so I'm proud of my changes. I'm open-minded. I'm willing to have conversations with just about anyone as long as I know it's going to be good faith. And we have to find a way to bring the American people together because we are in the fight of our lives. Our government is not representing us. And the only way we can change things is if we're willing to build coalitions and work together on our system of government and making the reforms that we need. We need to get money out of politics. We need to ensure that foreign governments do not have a say on our foreign policy or our domestic policy. If we don't do that, we're screwed. Our country's done. And so I'm noticing that there is some growing unity between the left and the right, the anti-war left, anti-war right, who are privy to the fact that our politicians are super corrupt, that they're bought by moneyed interests. And you can't really solve that problem with one group of voters. You really need all hands on deck.
You do. And I think for me, when I started to have these scales fall from my eyes for a second time, by the way, I feel like I sort of graduated to politics. I was like, oh, I figured this out. Republicans have it right. And the left has it, you know, Democrats have it wrong. And I felt so great about that. I felt like so free and so smart. And so then when I went through this second process and was going, wait a minute, why is genocide sometimes okay? And going, I can't have gotten that wrong. Come on, Republicans. This is obviously what's happening in Gaza is wrong. It's kind of a scary process because then you have to, you go, how could I have had this so wrong?
Totally.
How could I have had this so wrong?
It's a scary process because politics has become more.
Okay, I'm just going to say it. So Candace Owens played defense for Andrew Tate. Candace Owens is part of a patriarchal structure system. Candace Owens throws black people under the bus for fun. Candace Owens has a career of being just homophobic, transphobic, all of the things. Anna Kasparian is supposed to be the liberal, right? She said she changed, but she didn't. She reverted. Even in this conversation, you'll see she's finding her roots again from her Catholic background. You're not changing, you're reverting. There is a difference, right? And so, just to see these two women talk like, oh, we need to build a coalition. Like, again, in your ideal worlds, I don't exist. In Candace's ideal world, trans kids don't exist. So what are you talking about? A genocide? Let's talk about the trans genocide. Let's talk about everything that's happening around the world. Like, they're using the genocide to make us distracted about everything else they did. This is a political tactic. This is what Jeffrey Epstein did. Jeffrey Epstein literally said, but I donated money to vaccines. I saved children's lives. Who cares about everything else I did? Me, I care. And I'm sick of people doing this. I'm sick of people saying, let's ignore everything I've done and will do if I get power. And just because I'm on the right side of history with one thing. No, this one thing, good. I'm glad we all agree. I don't know why we're having a competition about who agrees with genocide. Genocide bad. We all agree. But don't pretend like now I have to forget about everything else you stand for.
More than just, oh, this is a group of people I agree with on policies. It turned into, I think, a replacement for religion for some people. It turned into, because think about, the era when everyone went to church or everyone went to temple or mosque, whatever. It's your community, right? These are people that you communicate with. These are people who might have different politics than you, but you share a faith. And as a result, you have exposure to people who have different ideas. But then as people became less and less religious in this country, I think politics or political parties kind of became the church, right? And it's scary to go against your community.
Right. And that's it. You suddenly find yourself in a position where you have to make all new political friends, so to speak.
Exactly, yes.
And then you see what they are capable of, what they are willing to do, how much it is,
right,
just as you're describing, not even a religion, a cult. And how quickly I was sort of excommunicated. And they tried to, just as if you're leaving a cult, convince me that I was the crazy person,
right,
for saying something so sensible. Like, hey, killing kids is wrong. We shouldn't do that. Like saying a statement like Brian Mast did about the Palestinians, there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian, which is what I was tweeting about in particular. Everyone should just have been like, of course, this is a wrong statement from Brian Mast. But they tried to play this psychological game on me where they were gaslighting me.
Like you were in the wrong because you realize that you have a sitting United States congressman wearing the uniform of a foreign country in the halls of Congress talking.
Yeah, Chet says, but every other war was fine. Yeah, everything else was fine. And why this genocide and why not the other genocides? Why do you care about this particular genocide? That's what I'm saying. Like these people are absolutely playing in our faces. And I'm saying, great, I'm glad we agree on something that's basic, but this doesn't absolve you from anything else.
About how it's okay to just slaughter an entire group of people, including women, children, elderly people, because of the cult he's in. It is a cult. And I mean, what are our values as a country? And the other thing is, now they're going to play pretend like this country had any good values to begin with. It was founded on a genocide. Oh, but we don't care about that genocide, I guess. The genocide of the Native Americans, we're not going to talk about that. So what is this myth of this country that they're fighting for together? Do you know what I'm saying? They're playing in our faces, pretending to care about the genocide of the Palestinians. You don't care about them because you don't care about the genocide of the Native Americans. You're fine if the genocide leads to you living in the most powerful country in the world. Then all of a sudden, it's just about who wins. You know what I'm saying? Is the fact that you were willing to put everything on the line to speak out against the genocide in Gaza made me realize that you are actually good faith on other political views you have, right? Because I'm pro-choice. That hasn't changed. I mean, I'm definitely not in favor of, late-term abortions happen, but they're very rare. But, I think that there were some laws written in a way that could have been abused, whatever. But my point is, when it came to conservatives who said that they're anti-choice, I was like, they just want to control women. That's all it's about. They don't actually see the fetus as a life. They don't see a zygote as the same as a human life. No, but you do, actually, right? Because you'll see conservatives cheer on what's happening in Gaza and now Lebanon, and then purport to be pro-life.
Yep. That was one of the big ones for me where I was going, we're pro-life and you're telling me that there's an exception because you have some heretical theology that's telling you that, oh, all of these rules are of course we should be abiding by this. And of course it's the right thing to do. And God, Jesus Christ. And then they go, oh, but unless it happens in Israel, then it's okay. So I'm like, oh, wait, so there's this random carve out where we can mass murder kids as long as it's in Israel. Why doesn't every mass murderer just go to Israel and just do whatever they want? And then you just go, well, they're chosen. So this land is chosen so they can do whatever they want on this land. That was shocking for me. And it made me go a lot deeper on theology. And gratefully, like my husband is just
her very rich husband. These people are so rich. See, she's still a capitalist though, which you know what I'm saying? She's still engaging in systems of oppression. She's more than happy to be rich, engaging in capital. She's more than happy. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, Candace Owens being anti the genocide is the bare minimum bars in hell. What about every other thing that you have a connection to that is helping to oppress people, right? And for those who don't know, because chat says, can someone say what Anna's been doing wrong lately? You said, I used to watch her, but I haven't in years and I really liked her. Well, there's too much to name, but let's just say that she has officially said that the left is too crazy, that they're too extreme, that Hassan is too extreme, and that basically, which is so funny, and then basically, because Hassan and his uncle, they don't agree on things. And they decided to say that we need to go back to the center. We need to basically be, Democrats, liberals. We need to call out the Democrats. But also, Anna had this horrible assault happen to her when she was in LA by 2 unhoused people. And it was horrible. And she took that situation and sort of, I don't think probably got the therapy she needed and ended up becoming a weaponized tool of the right. So Glenn Beck and all these people interviewed her. And I told you, trauma it can make you bigoted. It doesn't always. A lot of us are traumatized and don't become bigoted. But a lot of people, if you don't get the help they need, they will use it for bigotry. And she used it to basically be bigoted towards unhoused people. And then now, all of her best friends are on the right. All of her coalition is being built on the right. And she's rejecting everybody on the left because their standards are too extreme and not realistic. So a lot of people are very frustrated with them going very much center, like they're moving towards the right.
He majored in theology, and so it's been kind of a part of his internal dialogue for a very long time. And
yes, she has been transphobic in tweets. She says she's not. But again, if you hang out with transphobes, you know what I'm saying? If you're collaborating with transphobes, if you're uplifting transphobes' voices over leftist voices, that's what I'm saying. Guys, I will say with leftists every day, no matter how much I criticize the left, I will march with you. You will never see me talk to Candace Owens. I will never be so frustrated with leftists that I start talking to Candace Owens. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that. Okay? And that's the difference. Anna got so rejected by the left, she's talking to Candace fucking Owens like they're best friends.
I was like, what am I missing here? Like, how did I miss that I was in partnership with these people that you're right? This is not a theology for them. This is a cult. This is a cult.
What's really interesting and something that I've always wanted to ask you about is, do you feel that, I'm sure, look, I'm seeing the success of your show. So obviously there's a giant portion of conservatives out there in this country who side with you and don't fall under the category that I'm about to describe. But do you feel like you were kind of used as a tool earlier in your career?
Absolutely. I know, not feel.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fact.
Because when you're critical of, let's say, the Black community, they love it, right? That's when you get a platform and you get all the plaudits and speaking engagements. But once you speak out against what's happening in Gaza, you're not that useful tool anymore.
That was one of the things that was really hard.
But doesn't Anna understand that Candace is using her as a tool now? Politics is so fucking vicious. How does Anna not understand that Candace is using her in this moment? Yes, the Republicans use Candace as a Black token, but now Anna's being used as the liberal token to say that Candace is the reasonable one and Candace is the logical one. And look at Candace is the kind one. Candace is the empathetic one. Candace is willing to reach out to anybody. And Anna is being utilized. Anna was used by Glenn Beck. She's being used by all these conservatives. They're taking her trauma and they're exploiting it and saying, oh, we care that you were assaulted and the left doesn't. We also care that you were assaulted, girl. We just don't think you can throw a whole community under the bus because you were assaulted, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, this is so ruthless. You know what I mean? Ruthless, right? Oh,
hard for me to contend with personally, because obviously, Not the Day Liar, we were actually kind of in the midst of the same topic, really, right? So it's like you're talking about a race.
And by the way, Candace used to be left. Do you guys know that Candace was assaulted and she got a settlement for being abused? She was assaulted for being a Black woman and she was a liberal at the time. And then after that, she became a conservative. Do you guys know this? That's why people like Candace, listen, she's married to... At 17 years old, high school, she was the victim of a hate crime involving racist threats from male white classmates. Oh, she was really like a kid. There you go, right? There's no record she was physically assaulted. However, there are notable instances of people involving attacks on her. I don't know how she tells the story because it's been years since I've heard her say it, but she was kind of known for that. You know what I mean? Oh. Anyways, I'm not going to get into any of these Google results because they look, I have to get into, okay? So there was like racist attacks towards her. And then I think she sued and won. And then she switched over and became a conservative. So again, like, I'm so sorry that so many women in the world have to be victimized at the hands of men. Like, I'm so tired of it too, you know? And I think the reason we have to go do the work is to make sure that we don't find power next to or in relationship to bigotry. And that's what it feels like. Not to mention, you know, again, everything that's happened so far. Let's see, Candace made the equivalent of Canary Mission for anti-racists, then got alienated by the left. But I think that's when she went fascist. Yeah, it's look, I think Candace is ultimately probably more politically inclined. I think Candace is playing a game, and she's good at the game, and she's married well, she's engaged well, she is the girl. Okay, my dad was like the biggest Candace Owens fan. You know what I mean? Like, people like Candace, men like Candace. They think she's like a tough girl who like really says the truth, okay? The dilemma though is that I do think she's doing it at the expense of so many marginalized people, and especially Black people. Like, Black people feel consistently betrayed by Candace because of the way she presents herself, the way she says things about Black communities and women. She got on Jubilee and literally said to people, being a mom is the best thing that I could ever do. And then the person said, go ahead and do it then. Go ahead and do it then. But she won't. These same women, her husband is worth millions of dollars, girl. She could retire and be good the rest of her life. You know what I mean? And she chooses not to. She chooses to not be with her children all the time, while telling other women the best job you could be is a stay-at-home mom. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just, it's so ridiculous for Anna to even collaborate with her.
You're saying, okay, this thing happened. So they were saying October 7th happened. BLM was saying the George Floyd thing happened. This is going to be the impetus now. And they were doing things that, in my view, still to this day, we're just wrong. I don't care what happened in Minnesota. You don't have the right to go into Target and grab a flat screen TV, right? Mm-hmm. And so I wanted to do a documentary. I wanted to dive deeper on the topic. And it was round of applause from a Daily Wire. This is amazing. Give her a platform. Well, then I watched virtually the exact same thing, right? Using race as an excuse, saying, oh, well, we have to do this for Jews. You had this event, this event that happened.
See how she's so, like, she's casually throwing the Black community under the bus with these statements. Mentioning like George Floyd protests and everything else, you know what I mean? And then like, oh, well, we can't do this. That's what I'm saying. These people are weaponizing the genocide to politically stay afloat because they can see the trajectory of where this is going. The genocides we are experiencing right now are going to go down in history as like one of those really shameful moments. And they're trying to get ahead of it, while ignoring all the other ways they have contributed to shameful moments.
Singular, and then they tried to extrapolate it, and I'm going, well, it's still wrong, right?
Right.
The law is the law. Like, you know, morality is morality. Doesn't matter if a Black person does it or if a Jewish person does it. You don't get to rob and steal Palestinian homes.
Anna, exactly. Wow. Come on, Anna.
Exactly.
And suddenly it was, you're an anti-Semite. You deserve to have nothing. You shouldn't even be allowed to travel to Australia because you are akin to Adolf Hitler.
That's
the
crazy.
Same people that gave me the platform. And so it was a very tough pill to swallow.
So Australia banned you after you said that it's a genocide?
Yeah, that was the beginning of I was temporarily banned for ads from YouTube because they are organized online and started mass reporting my new channel. I got banned from Australia, got fired from the Daily Wire. They started putting pressure, Bench Bureau in particular, on, you know, this is the Zionist lobby. It's not just in America, it's global.
Yeah.
And so I went from being a rock star to suddenly she is Adolf Hitler and deserves nothing in her life because she has a moral principle.
Hold
so you
on.
kind of
Pause a fucking second. Candace Owens failed the country's strict character test for temporary visas. Immigration Minister Tony Burke ruled that her history of inflammatory public remarks, including downplaying the Holocaust, making anti-Semitic remarks, and Islamophobic comments, and spreading conspiracy theories, presented and inciting social discourse. Hold on, Candace. Candace is acting like she got banned for being the genocide when she got banned for saying not as many people died in the Holocaust, and Kanye had a point. Hold on, girl. Wait a second, girl. Hold on here. Okay, this one. This second private American to have their Australian visa revoked in July, rapper Ye was formally revoked, had his visa revoked over promoting Nazi ideology with the song Hail Hitler. Like, she's acting like she isn't associating with all of these horrible fucking white supremacist views and then saying like, it's because I'm anti the genocide. Candace, you and Kanye are not being banned because you're anti-genocide. You know what I mean? That's like Nick Fuentes saying he was banned if he's anti the genocide. You equated Jewish people to cookies and said, how many cookies can we fit into an oven, really? You're not being banned because you're anti, like, come on now. They're trying to co-opt the genocide. They're trying to become heroes. They're trying to rewrite history in front of our fucking faces. You know what I'm saying?
Look and you go, well, I have two options here. I can play the game.
Yeah.
And do like the majority of people do and just look the other way and say, oh, I don't really care about what's happening overseas.
Go along to get along.
Mm-hmm. Or you take a bold stand and you say, I'll rebuild it because I don't want to have a house that's made because I'm silent on issues that actually impact my soul. I want to get into heaven.
Okay. I mean, there's that for sure. But on top of that, I don't think people who go along to get along realize they're going to get caught because audiences aren't stupid. And we might be in an environment where you can get away with either being silent or providing ridiculous excuses for why you're not speaking out.
Hold on. She said audiences aren't stupid. Left versus right only serves the elites. This is the type of shit I love to see. We're not different as the media wants us to believe we are. No more left or right. It's 2026. It's good versus evil. Two great journalists building bridges. Respect. Candace is going to make people's head explode with these interviews. I'm here for it. Oh, brother.
Out against what's really going on or why you're not, willing to tell the truth about what's going on. Eventually, there's going to be enough videos of dead children. Eventually, when it comes to the war in Iran, the gas prices and the inflation is going to be so bad that you're going to lose people and people are going to wake up to what the reality is. And when they are personally harmed, when their own household is personally harmed by these policies that, the government pursues based on moneyed interests or foreign pressure, well, they're going to lose support from the people. And what do? The first thing they do is they engage in intimidation tactics, censorship. The more the, pro-Israel crowd and the Zionists attempt to censor people and intimidate them, the more counterproductive they're being for their own cause.
Right, but it wakes people up. They don't think long term. They're always thinking short term and what's right in front of them. They're not trying to make friends. They're trying to terrify people. They operate exactly like a mafia. Who would you say on the left of people that maybe like were your heroes? Were you shocked didn't take the moral position?
I don't talk about him that often because it really does break my heart. He was the best reporter after the 2008 economic collapse. Matt Taibbi. He hasn't taken the wrong position. He's just decided to be silent for whatever reason. And that kind of breaks my heart because he's such an amazing journalist and reporter. And I thought that he would be an important voice in exposing the truth to people. But for whatever reason, he just decided to remain silent. And when people kind of started to nudge him about it, he continued to be silent and then defensive. And I'm like, there's something going on. And I'm also in a different place in my life where I don't feel the need to like just go out of my way to attack people. Like I used to be an attack dog a little bit. So I'm not like going out of my way to attack him or anything. I'm just disappointed. And so I just note it for the record and then I move on to people I can trust.
Yeah, so much of that, I think especially for me, like obviously the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Yeah, I bet.
Was just, I will never see politics the same. I'm like, what did that man live for?
Yeah,
he platformed all of you, me.
Okay, this is the moment. This is the moment where you're going to see a little bit of, because Charlie Kirk was a bad person. He was philosophically evil. And Candace loved Charlie, right? And now Anna doesn't like Charlie. So how are we supposed to build coalition with somebody who loved Charlie Kirk? Explain that to me, Anna.
Everyone, I just thought there would be an army of people assembled. And I thought we'd have a truth in a week. This man is like the reason Donald Trump is in office. He was like brothers with Don Trump. Could you imagine the shock that I have gone through? Like Kash Patel, who was the person writing hardcore for Kash Patel.
Kash Patel, there's something going on with that brother. I don't know what is going on with him, but there's something very strange about him. I mean, it could just be a lack of competence for the role that he's in. But when you consider the fact that he's our FBI director still, when you consider the fact that we have depleted 80% of our missile interceptors because we've given military aid to Israel, Ukraine, we're currently using interceptors, in this war against Iran. I'm worried about our national security. Our national security, and I'm not one of these like, ooh, I'm going to scare everybody. I'm not a scaremonger. And I never bought into national security threats or that narrative from the government when it came to manufacturing consent for wars that we got involved in. But right now, when you just look at the facts, our military capability is weakened. We don't have the manufacturing capacity that Iran has, for instance. Like they build $5,000 drones real quick. We have an entire corrupt system where these defense contractors, first of all, we don't have like the industrial base and the manufacturing capacity to build these weapons as quickly as we would need. Okay. And then on top of that, just because we're spending an arm and a leg on our Pentagon, on our defense budget, doesn't mean that we're getting our money's worth.
No, we're sending it overseas.
We're sending it overseas. And on top of that, we're spending more than we need to on the weaponry that we purchase, the defense capabilities we purchase from these private defense contractors.
That's the kickbacks.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the entire neocon class.
Exactly.
And that's the Meghan McCains of the world who sit up there, have accomplished absolutely nothing in their lives, but just sit up there and go, war, 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 war,
Totally.
because my trust fund needs to grow, and have the audacity to lecture us.
I have a funny story about Meghan McCain.
I am amazed that she has the audacity to ever speak, but will like, my daddy, that's her whole position in life. My daddy, she's never done literally anything.
I've never
say
met
my daddy.
I've never met a woman in the media space or political space who's less intellectually curious.
Most
than Meghan
unimpressive.
McCain. She's so, I mean, she used to host a show called Take Part Live. And at this time, she and I knew each other. And so I would fill in when one of the hosts was out. But we interacted. And I remember one time they called me in to be a guest on the panel. And they were going to talk about, this is during the Obama administration, they were going to talk about Obama's expansion of drone use in, the Middle East. And a lot of innocent people were getting killed, a lot of collateral damage. And people were very critical about that. And so she just had to read an article so she would know what the story is as we talk about it on the show. She couldn't be bothered to read the article. Yeah. She had no interest at all. I'm like, why are you even in this space? What are you doing?
You could see that even when she was on The View.
Oh, totally.
She just had...
What just happened? First of all, what is this conversation? What are we talking about? What are we talking shit on women for? What's happening? Like, is this a girls' tea time party? What is this? You know what I mean? Like, okay. I mean, look, I love a little spill the tea, but also, what are we talking about here? I don't know what the point of this was, except to, like I said, I think Candace is using Anna. I think Anna, honestly, here's what I genuinely think. I think Anna is naive. In a respectfully. I think she might be too good faith. I think she might actually think Candace likes her. And there's no way in hell Candace Owens likes Anna Kasparian. There's no way in hell Candace Owens gives a fuck about Anna Kasparian. And I think Anna is looking for community. And I think Anna might actually be genuine. And that's why she's being manipulated so easily. Because I do think like she didn't know where to find like the fact that her and if I'm not mistaken, her and even the Majority Report, that could have been your bestie. Emma, right? Is that her name? You guys could have been besties, but you decided to be besties with fucking Candace Owens, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? Why wouldn't you want to be friends with who are the closest aligned with you? Even if you guys disagreed, wouldn't you rather be associated with people the closest to your points than the people who are the furthest? Like, you and Candace have nothing in common. You have one thing in common. You're both anti-genocide, but so are the people at the Majority Report. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why would you choose Candace? Now, I'll tell you why. For the same reason that we all go through this stage, if you have not fully deconstructed patriarchy, if you have not fully deconstructed your past, if you even slightly question God, you will go more conservative. So for Anna, I know it's going to come up because I saw the clip. She's going to talk about how she's going back to her Catholic roots, and Candace is Catholic, or at least her husband's Catholic. I don't know if she's converted yet, but she has a crucifix there in the background, as you can see, right? And then it also looks like a little tabernacle too, which I'm very confused by. But anyways, the point is that she will go back to that bubble. So I'm telling you, she hasn't deconstructed patriarchy enough, right? And so it is interesting. Now, look, to be honest with you, if we bring my level system into this, I think Anna might be a 2B and I think Candace might be a 2A. But I don't know. I will never underestimate Candace Owens. I think she is so fucking smart and I think she is so fucking good at politics. And when I look at Candace, I'm like, the good you could have done for the right side of history, but the amount of bad you're willing to do to beat this political game. I think Candace Owens is ruthlessly smart. And I don't think Anna, no offense, like, I just don't think she's there. And I think like when I see Candace's career and I think about it and the way that it's gone, like again, she's doing great. You know what I mean? She's doing great. Okay, really quick rundown of the differences. Chad asked, all twos have an understanding that they exist as it relates to planet Earth. So most people are not examining their life bigger, right? They're just thinking about who they are in relation to the world. Okay. 2 C's are the people with like the least amount of like introspection, but they do like relatively okay in life. They're just kind of like going about their day. 2 B's are people who have like pretty solid understandings of their values, their bubbles, their communities, and they move within the framework of those bubbles, right? So someone who's like going to church or politically involved or goes to school or like your everyday person. Okay. The 2 A's are people who recognize like, okay, we're a floating rock in space. There's probably no actual meaning to the universe. So how do I exist on this planet and have like the greatest time, right? Think you're billionaires, think you're politicians, not all, but most who are engaging in some sort of, I will be at the top because like that, this is all there is for them. Okay. But they have like a really introspective and extrospective relationship with existence. Like it's why they are more successful because they also don't believe in objective morality. Usually 2 B's do believe in objective morality, which is why they tend to not engage in these types of politics, or 2 C's will have some idea that like God is real or there is a right or wrong, but they're bad at implementing it. 2 B's, like an Anna, maybe, who knows, or like a Hassan, who knows, maybe, or an Ethan, you know, they have a sense of what they think is right or wrong. And it's only in this one sphere. They're not really thinking outside of it, but it's just as important to them as anybody else. Okay. You're not a bad person if you're a 2. It's just you're engaging in some sort of like limited scope of understanding. So Candace is thinking about the world as a whole, I think. You know, I think she's not. That's why she hasn't like, that's why I've always like thought her grift into Catholicism was so funny. Because I think if you look at this is planet Earth, and here's two C's, okay? Here are 2 B's, okay? Here are 2 A's. I just think 2 A's are like, fuck it, might as well be vibing. You know, 2 C's are the people who read The Secret and think it's real. Okay, 2 C's are like secret readers. Okay, and they're like, oh my God, I'm gonna manifest. They're the people who buy Oprah. They're the people who buy into Oprah. Then 2 B's are the people who like maybe they've read The Secret, maybe they like Oprah, but they know it's kind of bullshit, right? They know there's like, it's pretty bullshit. Okay. And 2 A's are the people who are Oprah. Okay. Who wrote The Secret, right? That's another way to think about it. Okay. The people who believe in The Secret, the people who are like, oh, that's fun, but it's bullshit. And the people who wrote The Secret. Okay. And so I think 2 A's tend to be the people who look at other human beings and literally think like, oh, you're all fucking stupid. So I'm going to be the top dog. Oh, we only live temporarily on Earth. Might as well have a good time while I'm here. Like, and then they're strategic about it. Remember, my levels are about introspection. Bad people have to be pretty introspective to be successful. Like, they have to be pretty extrospective. Like, Jeff Bezos has to be introspective and extrospective in order to get what he does done. In order to exploit you, he has to be smart enough to exploit you. To exploit your vulnerabilities, right? So again, it's not to say he's moral. You're not more moral when you're up on the 2s. You're just existing in relation to the world. So I just think Candace is one of those people who's like, you know what I mean? But again, I don't know unless I talk to these people, right? But yeah, a lot of people, and it's different from a 2C who's like, fuck it, we're all on Earth, or a 2B who's like, fuck it, we're just on a planet, nothing matters. Those are different than 2 A's. Okay. 2 A's are like, okay, so we're on a planet and we're on Earth and I'm an animal and I have to exist in the space with all these people. Okay. How do I strategically make this work for me? Like, it's very calm. It's very focused. It is not distracting. It is not like, it is very strategic. Andrew Tate, right? Andrew Tate is like a 2A, but a lot of the gamer guys, a lot of the guys who are selling MLMs, they're like 2 C's, 2 B's. Andrew Tate is like, he actually knows what's going on, which is why he's disgusting. But his other guys who are trying to copy him, they're not. They're like 2 C's and 2 B's. They're clones of Tate, but they don't have the same introspection about it. They're not doing the same thing. It's kind of like politics. You know, we might all be leftists, but there's different variations of like, who knows how deep it goes, right? And that's the point. It's like, it's not about the Matrix or conspiracy theories or any of that bullshit. It's about, do you really understand your relationship to existence? Or do you just kind of, you know? So it's a really specific experience, you know?
Had nothing to add that was intellectual. Like,
well, okay, Tiki Talkie says if I was good, I wouldn't be rich. Tiki Talkie is not a 2A though. I think Tiki Talkie is a 2C who's operating in a 2A world. I think Tiki Talkie is a perfect example of a 2C. He doesn't know fuck all what he's doing. He just knows if he doesn't do this, he won't be rich, but there's no thought behind it. There's no thought behind it. It's empty in there. That's 2C, baby. It is a 2, because there's no foundational value, so he can't be a 2B. He's a 2C who sees the 2A's and goes, I want to do that. But he doesn't know why. There's no thought behind it. You know?
like she maybe studied. She just comes across like they had a butler who did her homework. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that she reads very few books. There's just something about her, and yet she has this attitude and this sense of this arrogance. Well, my daddy, and has no idea what the general viewpoint is of her father. Like, too, that's also something. It's like she thinks like her dad is some like very well liked politician. No, actually, on the right or on the left, was your father very well liked, or is he very respected? And I think people chose this sort of respectful silence, obviously, when he passed away. And for me, a moment where I really saw what she was when she used her father's funeral to dunk on Trump. Like,
I don't remember that.
Oh gosh, the speech. Yeah, my dad would say that this country was always great because Trump said "Make America Great Again."
That's right. I do remember that.
And I just thought to myself, what is your life? Like, do you have a real life?
I can't believe Anna is sitting here and tolerating this conversation. I cannot believe Anna, wake up! Anna, wake up! Oh my God, girl. I cannot believe she's sitting there watching Candace Owens talk shit about Meghan McCain using her father's funeral, who is very political, to stand against Trump. I cannot believe it.
You think that I would waste one sentence, one breath towards an enemy when my father
the funeral
at the funeral, it's like are you kidding me? You're trying to dunk a political. It's just, it was to me so crass. And so
is Anna playing into pick-meism with Candace? Is Candace the mean girl who's in charge of everything and Anna really wants to be accepted, and so Anna is playing into this? Like, what are you doing, Anna? Stand up for your values. Say something. Oh my God.
It's the arrogance that goes with it when we know you've worked for nothing in your life and you have had everything handed to you and you actually don't have any moral principle outside of more war.
Yeah.
And the amount of people who are dying. It's the way these people speak to us. And I'm saying left and right. The way they speak to us when they call us.
Oh my God. Left and right. You voted. You advocated for Trump to be president.
Evil. Psychopathic.
We're worried about innocent people getting killed. Like that at the heart of it.
That's what I'm saying, girls. Even though Candace would have been exploited by white supremacy and the Republican Party, she exploited you as well by allowing herself to be a token to throw black people under the bus, gay people, trans people. And then she advocated for Trump to get elected. And now she's going to call it a cult and say she was brainwashed and said she didn't know what she was doing. Oh, really? Well, if you don't know what you're doing so aggressively, maybe you should quit and go be a mom. Maybe we should never see you in public again. Because of how much damage you did because you were so brainwashed. Maybe you should go to therapy and unlearn what you learned. That's what I'm saying. Guys, real cults, you need to do the work to untangle all of those belief systems. This woman is not a victim of a cult. She was a perpetrator of that cult. And yes, she could be a victim of the exploitation of white supremacy, of patriarchy. And if she was really having a come to Jesus kind of moment, then I would recommend getting off the internet instead of making this content.
Is that we find it immoral, just like I did on October 7th. I find it immoral.
No. Chat says Anna is truly grifting. She wants to be the next left, the left. She wants to be famous like Candy. I, just for the sake of my autism and accuracy with language, I'm telling you right now, Anna, like Cenk, they believe what they're doing. That's why it's even more infuriating. Like, I need you to understand, Ethan Klein believes what he's telling himself. I don't know how to make it clear to you. It's not exempting them, by the way. I'm not trying to excuse their behavior. I'm telling you right now, they are not strategically playing a chess game. They are literally ignorantly believing that if they build the bridge with these people, they will be on the right side of history. This is why I say most people are not grifters, guys. They're just ignorant. They're not grifters. They literally just think if they kumbaya themselves into peace, it will happen, which is not what I'm advocating for when I say all of us should seek peace. I'm not advocating for kumbaya with Candace fucking Owens. Okay? I'm advocating for serious introspection, which is different. I'm telling you right now, there's no way Anna Kasparian is an evil-minded supervillain. I'm telling you right now, she is ignorant, blissfully ignorant to being used by Candace Owens because she cannot face herself in the mirror. She cannot. This is what most religious people, that's why most people become religious and get used by their churches because they won't look in the mirror. This is the same thing for people who are Trump voters. Like, look in the mirror and tell me how you live with yourself doing what you're doing. But they don't. You know what I mean? They don't. And that's the problem, okay? Ooh, right? I'm just telling you.
When civilians are targeted and killed.
Mm-hmm.
So I was not ever one of those people who cheered on what happened on October 7th.
Right.
Never. I never would. That goes against who I am as a human being. I value human life, and I don't think civilians should be targeted for any reason. Anytime they are, the person doing the targeting, the group doing the targeting is in the wrong, period.
That's it.
So when you now have upward of 75,000 people killed in Gaza, and you mention that to a Israel firster or a Zionist, and they respond to you immediately by saying, what about October 7th? What that communicates to me is you do have a problem with civilian lives being lost on a particular side, but civilian lives mean nothing to you. At first I thought when it comes to the Palestinians, but no, I feel like human life doesn't matter to them at all, unless we're talking about a Jewish Zionist. Because if you're a Jewish person, like Dave Smith, for instance,
they'll kill you too. They could care less.
but you're
about
not
you.
a Zionist? Oh, they couldn't care less. You're right. They could not care less. And I just find that so immoral. But
Okay, girl. Jet says, why would she go against the talking points she understood very well, like the birthing person thing? Ignore all the leftists in good faith trying to talk to her, but give all the time to Tucker and Candy. Because it wasn't embodied. Most of you are transphobic. Most of you are anti-Black. Most of you have not actually deconstructed, including Anna Kasparian. She actually does and has not deconstructed and sort of believes that unhoused people are a problem. I don't know what to tell you. This is why I say when your rank gets high, you can't become racist all of a sudden. But that's what Anna did. Her life got hard and she defaulted to her programming because she hadn't completely deconstructed it. Most of the people in the world are transphobic. They are homophobic. They are racist. And when life gets hard, okay? Example, I'll give you a really good example. Were you guys here for the beginning of stream today? And I shared to you like some of the conversations about people like saying like, oh, Brittany's a white woman and she has no place to speak and her mother's a white woman, da da da. Okay, one, I always talk to my community about this because real feelings are real. And I always made sure when I talked about that topic to not throw Black communities under the bus, the usernames, their icons, to accuse them of anything. I said, you're right, that I have privilege as a white person, and there's an intersection at play here, and I want to express my side of it. I shared my culture. I shared an example. The point was that would have made an Anna Kasparian throw Black people under the bus, because that's what your default training would be. My default training as a white person in the United States would be to say, oh, all these Black people are in my chat right now. They're making fun of me. They're calling out my mother. They're saying I'm a racist. I'm going to, I say insert racist talking point here from conservatives. But I knew in that moment, I was like, okay, I should talk to my Discord. We should find a better way to speak. I'm missing something here. How do I do this? But I know the training I was given was to, and I could hear it in my head go, ooh, this is, if I was Anna, if I was a conservative, this would have been the training. And that's what I'm telling you. When people come to you hurt and they go after your mother, that's an expression of pain I hear, an expression of pain that is real for them. Instead of being like, okay, don't talk about my mom, but also I see what you're saying. And also, right? You have to keep deconstructing. You have to unlearn anti-Blackness. You have to unlearn transphobia. You have to unlearn the discrimination against unhoused people, right? Because Anna, listen to me when I say this. People often bring up my anti-patriarchy stuff as like, oh, Brittany must have been harmed by men. Listen to me when I say this. Nobody loves men more than women who are anti-patriarchy. Nobody cares about men more than women that say they hate men. Because we love you so much. We are sick of seeing our brothers suffer. We're sick of seeing our fathers suffer. We're sick of seeing you get imprisoned, kidnapped off the streets, incarcerated for years. We're sick of seeing you pulled away from our families. We're so fucking tired. We care more about you than you care about yourself, because you won't even advocate for yourself. You won't even save little boys from getting incarcerated. You won't even save little boys from getting on Twitter and saying horrible shit about people. You won't even intervene. You'll neglect yourselves and then blame us for it. Nobody loves men more than the women who fight to dismantle patriarchy. Okay? So I understand from this position as an older sister and the oldest daughter in my family, exactly the pressures that are put on me as the girl compared to the boys in my family, including my older brothers. And I am blamed even for the actions of my older brother. Do you know the actions of my older brothers are also, this must have been Brittany's fault. what the fuck did I do? And it's because I am trying to break a generational curse in my family. I have been absolutely impacted by patriarchy, but I know the goodness in my family and I see the goodness in my brothers. And if I can prevent one boy from going down the path that some of my brothers took, I will do whatever it takes. Because my brothers didn't deserve to be neglected that way. They also didn't deserve to hurt people like the way they did. And I certainly don't deserve to take on the responsibility of the way they hurt women. Because I didn't raise them. Okay? So hear me when I say this, right? I do think a lot of people are very, very traumatized and very, very hurt. And because of that hurt, they will do this. Because Anna is battling inside of her right now. She knows she's being played right to her face. Candace is in power. They're on Candace's channel. Candace is the one with the actual platform, not Anna Kasparian. Anna is not famous the way Candace is famous, okay? She needs TYT. If she didn't have TYT, you know what I'm saying? Candace is a machine. She is one of the strongest brands out there, and she did that as a Black woman. Like, understand how good Candace is. Because do not play like white supremacy still doesn't hate Candace Owens. She really, personally, has every reason to think she might be the greatest of all time. And yet she is using her power to do so much evil. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you just take it for what it is, I mean, Candace is a machine. She really built an amazingly strong brand. Okay? It's not good though. I wish the brand was being used for good. So Anna is being challenged right to her face. Charlie Kirk, right to her face, Trump. And Anna doesn't know how to do anything but play that. She's almost like fawning. She's almost like, yeah, like she's want to ruffle the feathers with Candace, because if she loses Candace, who does she have? If only Anna had done the work to deconstruct, then maybe she could have been friends with people on the left. Now, hear me out. People hear me go after Hassan Piker and they say, oh, Brittany wouldn't want to be friends with Hassan. Hassan won't let me, because Hassan won't actually stop being misogynistic. Hassan wouldn't be safe for me to bring around my Black friends. So how am I going to do this? How can I bring Hassan around my friends if they're all going to look at him like, why'd you bring this guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, what about my trans friends? What about my gay friends? What about my women? Like, I can't bring Hassan around my friends. I'm saying I would love to be friends with everybody, but I can't do this. Now, if you want to march together, I'll march with you. I'm not, but see, don't hear me and say, oh, Brittany wants to be friends with Hassan. I don't want to be friends with Hassan Piker. I have friends. I'm saying I cannot bring a man around my friends who have worked so hard to deconstruct, to bring a man like that around for what? Why would I bring him around my friends? What am I supposed to do here? How am I supposed to justify? That's like, I might as well bring one of my brothers around. Do you know what I mean? And like, they're still working on their shit. They're going to ruin the vibe. Okay? So again, when we have these conversations, it's very, very layered, but ultimately everyone is deeply traumatized. You know, that's what it is. Hassan is still that fat kid who hasn't gone to therapy. Anna is still that woman who's deconstructed patriarchy. Candace is still this woman who's trying to thrive in the world because she feels like, I don't know what her motivation is though, to be fair. You know, everyone is like still fighting all of their, we're all just here. You know, it's not this weapon of like, you're just traumatized. We're all traumatized. Nobody's exempt.
They turn around and they try to make us look like we're the immoral ones because we have a problem and we're speaking out about this.
That's exactly right. And you understand even within the Jewish population. And that's why I've done so much. I've made such an effort over last year to wake up Jewish Americans to this, right?
Yes.
Because I view them as you were brainwashed. This is what you think. I mean, this is the whole reason they started the program of Birthright. And when the ADL guy got caught like at a private call saying that, like, we need to kind of come up with something. We're losing Gen Z. We got to do like we did when we established that program for Birthright. And this is why Max Blumenthal has done such incredible work, because he went on Birthright and he spoke about that experience. They're brainwashing them so young, right? We are all subject to brainwashing. That is the most important thing that I think I have come out of learning is like, how did I get brainwashed? I thought the same thing. I was watching the Holocaust movies. All of that is a part of your growing up, your brainwashing experience, what you're learning in the classroom, who is the victim, you know, and who do you have to defend, who is being oppressed. And so there's this sort of trigger mechanism that is within all of us. It's buried within us from the time that we're kids, and we don't realize it because we're just taking in so much media. We're listening to our teachers, and then we're like, October 7th happens, and then they go, remember all that stuff? Like, this is now, you have to understand what they're going to do next. Think about what happened. You don't want another Holocaust.
It's like priming you to be accepting of something that just goes against your core principles.
And for Jewish Americans too. So you can understand why they reacted the way that they did right away.
Of course, yeah.
They're going to get that 20 times worse. It's going to be your stories about your grandma in your book. You go to temple, you go to synagogue, and you're going to have those presets. And then it went too far. And a lot of them snapped out of it. And now I get Jewish people emailing me.
Totally.
Like, I don't know what this is. I don't know why I'm being told I have to defend Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know why I'm being told I have to defend Bibi Netanyahu. So
can we just address how brazenly obvious, like, okay, when every pro-Israel media figure comes out at the same time and basically says, oh, there's no big deal with the Epstein files. They shouldn't be released. You're giving it away. Like you're giving it away. Like you guys are too obvious. And what I'm wondering is, was the propaganda always this bad? Or is it that we're just a lot more awake now because there's diversified independent media? People are kind of breaking out of their bubble, so it's harder to lie to us. So their like propaganda muscle has...
I just think it's so interesting. See why I use the word bubble? Because everyone thinks they're out of the bubble. We're all in bubbles at all times. You cannot escape bubbles. Bubbles are perceptions. They're perceptions based off limited information. So for Anna to sit here and be like, people are awake now, we're out of our bubbles. Habibi, you're sitting across from Candace Owens. You're sitting across from Candace Owens. You're sitting across from Candace Owens. We all live in bubbles, even me, even you. Right?
As atrophy to some extent.
So well said.
Right?
I think it's the latter. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we are more awake than we've ever been. There's independent media. And it's also, like you said earlier, they can't help themselves. So the entire strategy of the Daily Wire trying to destroy me actually woke a lot of people up. It's like, my goodness, Candace was going around Judeo-Christian, doing all the things. She worked at Prager. You want me to believe that overnight Candace Owens became an anti-Semite?
For
Adolf
real,
Hitler?
though. I
She was
know.
working with Ben Shapiro and Marisha Strait and Dennis Prager. And they're like, yeah, no, it's crazy how it happened. She fell and bumped her head and now she's Adolf Hitler. And that it's the whiplash. It's too fast.
Yeah.
People go, okay, you had me. Maybe you had me at Nick Fuentes. You know, this is like people go, okay, he was done early. He's 18. We didn't know who he was. But they just start moving, and then you're going, it's Candace Owens. Oh no, Tucker Carlson bumped his head and became Adolf Hitler.
Right.
It becomes way too, and then you go, okay, let me go back and really see what's happening
Totally,
here.
because I mean, look, Nick Fuentes' rhetoric is nowhere close to Tucker Carlson's rhetoric. Nowhere close to it.
They're all in the same box.
Right? But they're lumped.
Okay, first of all, Tucker Carlson infamously said, let the peasants think they don't want to be in the castle. He's the grandson of the Swanson legacy. This man has come from wealth. He became a journalist just to rebel against his father. He's literally playing in front of your fucking faces every fucking day. Do you know what I mean? Like, these people are bored. They're rich, bored people who just love being the center of attention. And everyone is praising them because they had one good opinion about the most obvious shit in the whole world to be anti-genocide. Great. Good job, guys. Okay? But mind you, in the long run, they will be more than happy to support the next genocide if convenient. I guarantee you. Okay?
Together. And to me, this isn't really about hatred toward Jewish people, which I find immoral, just like I would find hatred toward Muslims or hatred toward Christians. Like hating any group of people simply based on their identity is wrong. I've always been against that. Yeah. But yeah, it just seems like I forgot where I was going with that. Yeah, a lot of people, I think they were just kind of part of this algorithmic bubble where they're only exposed to one thing. And when it came to the Muslim population, I think that the dehumanization was seen in the media across the board. And that brainwashing worked for a really long time. I mean, it definitely convinced Americans to support wars that we shouldn't have supported.
Going back to those presets when we're in our youth, 9/11.
Yep.
It was so raw. It was so scary. The way they made us stand up at 9/11 every day, the time in school. Moment of silence for what the Muslims did to us. Think about like that's kind of, so I was just like, Muslims, like this is just how they live. This is what they do. And didn't register to me as Islamophobia. I just thought I'm educated. It's a token of your education to understand how despicable Muslims are.
I remember that. I remember that so well. I remember the unfair attacks against Muslims. By the way, I mean, there are different Muslim.
They are absolutely playing in our faces. They are absolutely playing in our motherfucking faces. It's like I'm literally watching ChatGPT have a conversation. I'm literally watching a bunch of talking points being talked to right now. This is such a fake fucking conversation for both of them. Anna's being fake as fuck right now too, because I know she's holding her fucking tongue. Okay? It's a fake fucking conversation if you have to hold your tongue, and she's holding her fucking tongue.
Beliefs like sex and whatever, but everything was just lumped together. Muslims bad. And this is going to be used as a justification for us to enrich defense contractors. They profit off war. Right now, you know, there's a town in Alabama where they make rockets and military weaponry, and it's booming all of a sudden because of the war against Iran. And it's funny listening to an interview of like one of the workers there because...
Listen, I want to know about their opinion on the creation of America and its genocidal ways, and whether or not they think Native Americans should have land, or whether or not they think about what they think about reparations. Like, how far does your realization that genocide is bad go? When does it stop? You know what I mean? Where does it, because again, okay.
They're able to like compartmentalize the economic boom they're experiencing from what it's feeding into. And so when you think about how people's livelihoods get wrapped up into questions of peace and war, when you consider the fact that our media apparatus, especially when it comes to legacy media or corporate media, is very much part of the propaganda campaigns to, in my opinion, just trick Americans into supporting things that actually work against their own interests. All of that stuff started to kind of get chipped away at by independent media and people being willing to honestly critique their own side. There aren't a lot of people in the media who are willing to do that, just a handful that I can think of, but I think that woke a lot of people up. I really did. I really do think it did.
And the whiplash of, oh, Tucker Carlson was fine for Fox News and CNN and everything. And then all of a sudden, no, Tucker Carlson, very, very bad. You can't listen. And we're starting to notice this pattern that it's the same issue that suddenly gets these people who are welcomed, loved by the mainstream, adored by the mainstream, and then suddenly...
This plays into white anti-Semitism, by the way. They're claiming this is about Zionism, but all the dog whistles they're using is anti-Semitism. These people, always the same subject. You notice the pattern. It's always about the Jews. Like, their language is not anti-Zionist. I still think it sounds anti-Semitic to me. It does not sound anti-Zionist. Okay.
To the side and having not just their livelihoods impacted, but also our families. I was watching this attack.
Okay, can I share with you the difference? The difference of finding out the truth, it looks a particular way. Look at this lady. This lady, love her. Fahim, I think is her name. I could be wrong. Hold on. Is that, or what's her name? Passant Fahim. Okay, look at her just really fast. Watch a little bit of her. She's talking about how she went through a journey of deconstructing so she grew up Arab and she grew up learning that like all Jews are bad. And then she went to university and started to think, oh, I met this Israeli girl. She seemed so nice. She was IDF. Basically like, oh, maybe my family's wrong. Maybe my family hates Jews. Like maybe they're wrong. Maybe it's like a racist thing. Only to realize after doing research in university, like Zionism was created by atheists. Okay. It is a specific thing that has less to do with Jewish people and more to do with structures of power, right? But the way Candace is talking is not like this, okay?
Like literally every other Arab in the world, I grew up always being told like Israel is bad, Israel is evil, blah, blah, blah. And when I was young, I was always like very curious. And whenever someone would tell me like something is definite, I'd be like, no, I had such a disagreeable personality and I want to challenge everything. And so when I started traveling as like a 17, 18-year-old alone, I met up with an Israeli girl and I traveled with her for 6 or 8 weeks.
And notice that the story she's telling is an embodied, it's an experience, it's life-changing. Candace and Anna are talking like fucking robots because it's a fucking podcast that's meant to, they know the political implication of them showing up together. It's not a real conversation. It's not about a real life-changing moment. This woman is telling us a moment that changed her life.
And at that time, you know, she was nice to me. I was a little bit politically aware, but not so much. I mean, 17, how politically aware can you be? And I was just like hanging out with her out of curiosity. And at that time, I spent with her like 8 weeks of traveling. And it like messed with my head so much because this girl was so nice. She wouldn't even like hurt a fly. She talked to me about her time in the IDF and she said she was working in the education unit. And at the time I was like, oh, that doesn't sound violent at all. And she was like, no, in fact, we were like teaching the soldiers like how to behave on ground and what is like allowed and what is not, yada yada yada. And I was like, wow, it seems like I was getting only like half of the story, you know? And maybe like my parents and like my community is just like very, very closed off one-sided, like a lot of things in the world, you know? So this girl got to me so much because she literally challenged like a lot of things in my growing up and belief systems that I decided when I entered university that I'm going to do a minor in Zionism and Judaism because I was like, I want to read from the source. I want to learn about this. And I spent like 4 years at university, every semester having a couple of courses about the formation of Israel, literally. So I studied at an American university just for reference. I entered these courses with kind of like a prejudice idea that my society is backward, that my Arabness taught me wrong. Like, to be completely frank, I was like entering because I was like, okay, maybe I find some like...
You see, this is what I think Anna Kasparian might be going through in my most best faith observation is that she went through something. And so now she's questioning, oh, maybe the left has been lying to me. Maybe it's not. But the irony of her not learning is crazy. Like, girly. And that's what I think is happening to a lot of us. Like, we start to question. We start to go, oh, maybe it's us. Maybe it's my family. And for some of us, it is. Like, for a lot of us who grew up conservative, we do actually realize it's our family. For other people, no. Right? But then that's the very humanness of this situation that I'm saying is happening. I don't think Candace is going through that. I don't think Andrew Tate is going through that. I don't think a lot of these people are going through that. I don't think they're having like a crisis of identity. I think they're being politically savvy because they want power.
Narrative that was not told to me. So I take this course, which was a very, very, very heavy course, and we were studying the original German literature work of Theodor Herzl, one of the founding members of Zionism in Europe. He was from Vienna. And you're reading the actual work that founded Zionism, that therefore founded the State of Israel. And it is crazy how much literal colonization intentions were clearly written there. Like, there was no sugarcoating, there was no double analysis. They outright said this. And let me pull up for you some things that is just written there, like in plain, like just written there. Let's read them together. First of all, in case some of you are not aware of this, so you know the narrative that they went to Palestine because this is the chosen land in like Judaism. Well, the founders of Zionism were atheists, first of all. They did not care about religious teachings. They even made like a kind of like a poll where they should either like go to Palestine or Argentina or Uganda, and these were all valid options. And based on the logistics of that migration, they would pick one of these countries. So this whole chosen land narrative, this is like modern Israeli propaganda that has been shoved in our throats. Not only were they atheists, they also looked down on religious Jews. Other statements that were referencing the local population of Palestine at the time: we shall try to spirit the penniless population across the border while denying it employment in our own country. He's referencing now like Arabs. So other Zionist thinkers that were bringing up that it is undeniable that the local Arab population is going to resist the colonizers. And so this is also a quote: Zionist colonization must either stop or else proceed regardless of the native population. Every indigenous people will resist alien settlers. Like, they said this, they know that it was going to happen, and they're like, okay, we know for a fact that they're going to resist us, so we have to like crush them. So the takeaways of this is that like founding Zionisms were atheist European Jews, open about colonization, and have nothing to do with religious Judaism actually. In fact, they stood against a lot of religious Jews.
I wonder if that's why a lot of more traditional Jewish people are constantly like fighting against the genocide. But I'm going to link her TikToks. Guys, this is the point I'm trying to make. You see how she's going through something? She's researching it. She's having a realization. She's like deconstructing. She's pulling apart her own reality. She's questioning her family and where she came from. And then she's doing her research. This is why I always thought it was funny that my parents were like, oh, we want our kids to research. We want our kids to read a lot of books because the truth to God is found through knowledge. And then when I read all these books and I was like, I'm an atheist, they were like, oh, and I was like, oh, because I read about history. The more I read, the more I learn, the more left I become. And that's the point, not just politically, but in spirit. Feed people, clothe people, educate people, love people, stop being bigoted, stop killing each other. The more you read, the less you want to kill people. I promise you. The more you understand humanity for what it is, the less violent you personally become. Why should I be angry? Why should I want to kill you? For what? What power will I gain from killing you? What kind of freedom will I ever have from killing you? How will killing you grant me freedom? Right? And what freedom do I want? Temporarily for what? Name it. Tell me. It doesn't make any sense. And so I like, this is why I think like When we would flash back to Candace Owens or Anna Kasparian, it's just so obvious these girls are not going through it. They're not really, having like a spiritual realization or a philosophical realization. They're just fucking, you know what I'm saying? Look at the difference.
On your husband, like my husband's being attacked, your husband's being attacked.
Yep.
And by the way, kudos for you for just coming back. Thank you. Yes, it is my husband. He's hot. I'm glad you found him.
I mean,
right? He's hot. Thank you. But what actually sits at the center of that? Let's now try to get and harass Anna Kasparian's husband. Why do you think that became now their prime motivator?
Well, because I don't want to say I'm unbreakable, but I am kind of unbreakable. Like, I'm the kind of person who does not.
So unbreakable, but one bad thing happened to you and you became bigoted overnight? Not to say or downplay what happened to you. It was horrendous. But girly, unbreakable, unshakable, your values flipped overnight.
Respond well to others telling me what I can and can't think or what I can and can't say. So I might fall prey to brainwashing and propaganda. We're all susceptible to that. However, when you're straight up telling me you're not allowed to think that, you're not allowed to say that, I just get very irritable and I double down. It's like not the way to persuade me to think otherwise, right? And so I mean, they've done some damage to me financially. I got fired from a job that I really, like a side job where I was doing investigative reporting on California-based stories, because there's a lot going down in California that I think people need to be aware about to make smarter decisions when they vote. So even though that was one.
Who's she supporting in California? That's really the question. Is it Spencer Pratt? Don't even get me started on that celebrity running again. I can't believe how easily we're convinced to vote. Anyways, okay, let's take a 2-minute break and then we'll get back and we'll finish this out because it's going to take us a while and I need a break. Okay, I'll be right back. But Jesus Christ. All right, I'm back. Pausing music at 1, 2, 3. Thanks for being here, guys. Sometimes I forget I'm streaming. Like, I know I'm streaming. I'm not stupid, but sometimes I do forget. Like, sometimes the vibe is so good that I have to remind myself that, like, not only can hundreds of people see me, but I am streaming and I am on the internet. And, like, sometimes it does feel a little bit kind of like a sleepover, and you're just talking to people and you're like, oh my God. And then you kind of get there. Anyways, back to serious stuff. Our literal lives are being impacted by these two women / people. You know what I mean? Chat, hey, Brett, you're streaming. Yeah. Well, here I am streaming my life away.
One of the more difficult jobs, like I was writing features, like 2,000 word pieces that were like original reporting. It was hard. It was very time consuming, but I loved that job so much. They took it from me. I guess there was one board member at the company that didn't like my commentary. I called Jonathan Conriquez, who's an IDF propagandist. He's usually on like Piers Morgan's show and whatever. I was on with him and I called him a terrorist because he's a terrorist. And that was it. Like, that was what got me fired. Whatever, but I'll take it. I want to be free. I don't want to work for this is not a news organization if you guys are going to censor people on what they can and can't say on what's going down in the Middle East right now. So, okay, fine. You took that from me. But once they realized that like taking things away from me wasn't working, once they realized like TYT is not going to fire her, they're like, okay, what else can we do? And they immediately move on to collective punishment. They are big believers in the ideology of collective punishment. So we're going to go after her family. We're going to go after her husband, who's a freaking PE teacher, who is not political. By the way, after they did go after him, this is the second time. First time they did it, suddenly my husband's asking me questions about what's happening in Gaza. Suddenly he's listening to my show. And I'm like, oh, you never, because he's not a political person at all. I'm like, why are you asking me questions suddenly? Why are you listening to the show regularly? He's like, because they made me want to know what's going on.
Pourquoi? Wait, what? I get that he doesn't watch your show, but what do you mean he doesn't know what's going on in Gaza and you guys don't talk about politics? What? Just so you know, every day I end stream, my partner sits down with me at the dinner table because I eat, and he says, tell me about your stream, what you talk about today. And then we talk about what we talked about today, or sometimes we're in bed when we get there, and then sometimes, then we're researching and we're talking about the news together, and oh my God, what? That's so interesting. Whoa. Chat says, Britain, in a world where every individual has deconstructed the big three, what kinds of books would we write? What kind of education systems would we have? Do you think we'd go back to mythologies? I don't know. I mean, I'd like to believe that we would be unrecognizable in some ways, but I think we'd explore without judgment. But also, guys, I think we'd have babies, and those babies might be white nationalists. The world is a ever-evolving ecosystem, so like our babies could be rapists. Our babies might be racist. You know what I mean? Like, babies are their own entity. We don't raise good children because they will be good children. We raise good children so the probability of them being bad is limited, right? So even if the whole world deconstructed the big three or dismantled them, we'd still have to deal with people raping their kids and brothers raping their sisters and all these other horrible things that will happen in the world, because that's just a part of us as an animal species. And our job is to mitigate it, to bring it down, but we can't actually control people. We shouldn't. And because of that, we're a problem. We're a problem as a species. We're an animal species. All animal species eat their young, rape their kin, blah, blah, blah. That's us too. We're no different. So again, what we're doing is we're not trying to make the world a place that doesn't exist or it doesn't exist within its nature. We're trying to have a deeper relationship with our nature. Right?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So like their efforts in attacking people, intimidating people, censoring people is so counterproductive, but they're too stupid to realize it.
Right. All right, you guys, are you working hard every day, but somehow it still feels like they can accept payment? And if they they will attack Zionists.
That's amazing.
There was this whole thread where Laura Loomer was going after my lawyers, and she's like, "This side, okay." So are you BDS now? You know what I mean? Are you saying
I can't. It's so hard to watch these two women who've engaged in so much philosophical evil sit here and try to take a moral high ground on one issue, on one singular issue. Guys, I like that our litmus test is Gaza and is Palestine, but I really encourage you to not allow people to get away with bullshit because they had one good opinion. One good opinion that they are materially not even bringing to fruition with all of their positions of power. So I just very much caution the left from pedestaling all of these so-called anti-genocide conservatives. When I tell you this right now, in a few years, they will support another one. You know what I mean? Like, I'm glad that they're anti the genocide, but it wasn't exactly like, why are you giving them a gold star for the basics? Do you know what I'm saying?
I should not work in any capacity with Zionists. That's literally boycott, divest, and sanction. So I'm turning Zionists into promoters of BDS, which is incredible. They don't even, like I said, there's no thought process. It's just attack. It's like, I have to spend money with a lawyer, okay? There are millions of lawyers. They're all over. They're a dime a dozen over here. If you want to attack a lawyer for getting paid, you're doing the work of actually what people think people should boycott, divest away from Zionists in general. And so I'm like, okay, this is not a big deal to me, but there is a desperation. There's something right now that feels very fragile. They're getting so increasingly desperate.
And by the way, I think the reason Candace Owens doesn't go and raise her children, even though she's filthy rich, is because she is at the end of the day a public figure, and there's a part of her that wants to be seen and heard. I mean, Tucker Carlson also doesn't need the money. I think to some point, guys, even if I didn't need the money, I would still be here too, because there's some part of us that does get a genuine thrill out of being here. I think we're all here for different reasons. That's what this week's commentary video is actually going to be about. Well, not to spoil it, but it's about the love of the game. Like, there is some part of us that I think are here because we love the love of the game. Why do people stay in basketball even though they're filthy rich? Why does LeBron keep playing? Or why do people, wait, is he retired? Why do people keep playing even though they're rich? Because it wasn't about getting rich alone. It was also about playing. It was also being a part of it. Like, it's bigger sometimes for a lot of people, right? So I do think for a lot of us, we still just love to be here. The problem is that your value should be a reflection of being here as well, right? Welcome to memberships. Leche, welcome to memberships. So I think that's the other part of it, is I think Candace just likes to be here. And you know, so anyways, when we judge her, we should judge her on her ethics and her morals and her consistency.
They are.
We're going after people's husbands. We're going after people's lawyers. We will try to just harass.
And yeah, I agree. Chet says Anna seems desperate to be liked and embraced by her team. When the left started coming for her, the right started to reach out. That's what they do, though. That is the That's the strategy, guys. Let me tell you this. When people saw me burning bridges, anytime I burn a bridge or anytime I get into a fight with somebody on the internet, guarantee somebody reaches out to me. Hey, Britt, if you ever want to talk. Hey, Britt, I saw the way they treated you. And I'm like, no. And I never answer those DMs. Trust me, somebody is always waiting for bad things to happen to you so they can slide into your DMs and say, we care. Girl, get out of my DMs. Okay? I'm telling you right now, that's the difference. The difference is when something bad happens to you, are you going to go against everything you stand for just to have friends in your corner? I would rather be alone. I would rather be a monk on the mountains than in a community of people that play in my face.
And it's obviously not working at all.
It's not working.
I'm like you. I just dig my feet in even more. And I'm like, let's suit up for battle. Let's do this thing. I'm not going to be broken by this. You guys have tried so much. But right now, I mean, the radical nature of Trump's tweets right now.
Oh my gosh.
They're unhinged. And I used to enjoy it. They used to be pithy, one sentence, and hit at some modicum of truth, like only Rosie O'Donnell. That's just funny to people because it's like he's saying basically Rosie O'Donnell. This is not that. This is like the rantings of a madman. I don't have time to read all of this. And at its core, it's just he's being instructed to attack people who don't support Israel.
It's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
What are we getting close to?
Yeah.
That's my question. What are we getting close to? If they don't feel like they're in control right now. They feel like an animal backed into a corner that's fighting and just lashing.
Well, it's funny because they are in control of the levers of power, right? And that's definitely scary. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to minimize that. But at the same time, they are no longer in control of the narrative. And Americans are waking up to just how much our government has been... I mean,
guys, the Epstein files isn't even being talked about. How easily we forgot about the Epstein files. How easily we've moved on to other things. The American people aren't waking up to fucking shit. Okay? With peace and love. Sorry, I'm getting too. The American people are not actually waking up. They are actually just doing the same thing we've always done before globally, because we literally are exhausted and tired globally, because this is always how it's always been, always. Okay? So as much as I appreciate that narrative that you're selling to your viewers to make them feel like they're involved in something, even though they are not waking up. Okay. They're just as bigoted and supporting bigots as much as, this is why I hate when people talk about the necessary conversation and they go, the mom is waking up. Bob is in the hospital and the mom is waking up to Trump. She's supporting Hassan. The mom is literally bored. Like, she is not actually questioning her bigotry. She is not actually engaging in any kind of introspection. She is literally just saying things because it's that, oh, Hassan's my son. I support Hassan. Hassan's the best. You don't care about Hassan because you would vote for Trump again. You're more than happy to wear a MAGA hat. Her son asked her, would you help a child who's being kidnapped off the streets? And then she still supports ICE. So I tell you this right now. These people are fucking playing in our faces about American people are waking up. The American people are turning, okay? They are not waking up. They are not even, okay? So again, like this narrative is absolutely a part of marketing, and again, I say this, my audience is the smartest, greatest, prettiest, wonderfulest, talented. They're the greatest. But my audience is not the global population. We're talking about the global population, and the global population is bigoted and hateful. It is literally absolutely destructive beyond all measure. And it is absolutely not waking up to anything. Okay? It's not waking up to nothing. We're not even close. We're just beginning. This is just the beginning. Congratulations, by the way, for being born in the most interesting time in history, truly, because we are at the beginning of the change. We are literally witnessing it. This is the first time in history for so many things, and yet the same shit is happening again because it's in cycles. But this is it, girls. Like, I'm really excited for you. Congratulations on being born at a very interesting time. But we are living history. And one day we will be in somebody's textbook as some demographic and some number of population. But just know that you're living through some pretty interesting history right now. But no, nobody's waking up. Okay, we're all just doing the same shit we've always been doing. So you have to liberate your spirit and be kind to your neighbors and feed people, because that's the best you can do sometimes, Yeah, the chat says we're choosing narrative is kind of self-glazing, not gonna lie. Well, you mean from Anna being like people are waking up? It is. It is literally, that's what they're doing though. That's why the audience feels like I'm a part of something. This is my community. I'm a part of something. This is the same thing happens in politics in general. And I'm saying the greatest thing you could do is be a good neighbor. The greatest thing you could do for humanity is work on yourself. The greatest thing you could do for the world is like find humility. The greatest thing you can do for yourself is try to be less violent every day. The greatest thing we could ever do for each other is heal. Somebody said, I saw this thing that said, oh, where's my phone? It said, parents will die for their kids, but will you heal for them? You will die for your country, but will you heal for your country? You will die for your community, but will you heal for your community? That's my question. So easily you would throw yourself in front of a bullet before you would sit in a therapist's office, before you would read a book to deconstruct. We're not waking up, girl. We're just creating narratives that make us out to be the hero without doing any of the fucking work.
I have a better word, infiltrated by people who are much more concerned with foreign policy that benefits Israel above and beyond, what's better for the American people. This war against Iran doesn't benefit us in any way, shape, or form. And we went into it with no strategy, no plan.
No support from the people.
Exactly. No support for, Trump.
So to be clear, Anna, if it did benefit the America, like if it did benefit the US, could we go to war with Iran? Just so I'm clear on the rules. If it benefited us to genocide Palestine, would it be then justified? Is that what you're saying? Because the implication of that sentence is if it was justified. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Or even what's better for the American people. This war against Iran doesn't benefit us in any way, shape, or form. And we went into it with no strategy, no plan.
No support from the people.
Exactly. No support for, Trump never even thought he needed to make his case to the American people. So we went into it with it being an incredibly unpopular war. The fact that he didn't even consider that Iran would take control of the Strait of Hormuz, thus creating a lot of economic pain for the globe. Like, think about all of our allies right now, longtime allies who are so furious with us. Germany recently came out and had some, strong.
It's interesting that Anna isn't understanding why Trump would betray his allies the same way she betrayed those on the left. See, she thinks the left betrayed her, but she betrayed the left. Trump thinks all of the allies are betraying him, but he's betraying the allies. That's what she's not getting. Anna. The left has always been focused. You're the one who decided to say, I would rather build coalition with Candace than figure out how to build coalition with people on the left. This is why I say to you, I will never. Hassan Piker talking about, I want to debate Sean Hannity. Habibi, you might as well be friends with him. Stop talking to these conservatives. Why are you talking to these people? Stop talking to these conservatives. That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you talking about? I would debate Sean Hannity. That's basically a collaboration. Debates, we need to start looking at debates as collaborations. Because how else do you justify uplifting and why would you introduce Sean Hannity to your fucking audience, your probably vulnerable audience? Like, why would you introduce him? I don't get it. And it's because it's clout. It's because he knows it will be interesting. He knows he'll go viral again. I'm saying stop doing this. It's so stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
At Fox News, Sean Hannity said he wanted to debate me. I immediately agreed. And it's really interesting because recently he got back to my team and said, actually, we're going to push that to a later date. We were supposed to have debated by now. I'm still very excited at the prospect, very excited at the opportunity. The spirit of debate is very good, you know. Testing the mettle of your arguments with your interlocutors is how we do democracy. So very stoked on that. And I do respect Sean Hannity for pushing back on his co-host on his radio show when she said, why are you platforming Hassan? You should be ripping his throat out with your hands instead. And he was like, that's ridiculous. It is a little bit ridiculous, I'll be honest. But, you know, I have my hyperbolic moments too, who cares? But yeah, like I said, I'm perfectly...
Two debates, Azra Ghavani and Sean Hannity.
Lock it in. Azra...
Make it happen, right?
Yeah. I'll debate Azra.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Delaney protest, which, by the way, there were people from the Delaney protests in my comments saying, like, Hassan is not helpful to the movement if he brings a certain kind of attention to the protest. Like, there are people working tirelessly at this protest. There are people literally leaving jobs, not getting paid. Hassan shows up for these types of, this is why he gets into fights with people at these protests, because they're like, hey, you're using our protests to look good on your stream. Like, yes, you say, oh, I'm bringing attention to the cause. As you're talking about debating Sean Hannity and people are saying, like, they're asking him questions like, did you say this about Charlie Kirk? He's taking attention. He should say, for every question asked, he should say, we should talk about the protest. For every question asked, while he is visiting places that are literally working so tirelessly, he should turn all that attention to why we're here today. He shouldn't answer one question about his stream, about his debates, about anything he said. He should say, hey, I'm here to support, you know, taking down this private prison. I'm here to support detainees. I'm here to do this. But instead, he doesn't do that. And that's why people get mad. That's why people get upset and say people are just listening to him for money. He's not here for good reasons. That's why people are saying we don't need this attention at our protests, because it's so icky.
Strong words against the United States. India has been irritated with us because of first Trump's Liberation Day tariffs, which also seem pretty ham-handed. And I'm saying that as someone who's supportive of targeted tariffs and think, you know, they can work in bringing some jobs back to the United States. But the way he did it made a lot of enemies. Again, I go back to the issue of our, you know, military being weakened because we've given so many weapons away. We've used so many weapons and we've depleted 80% of our missile interceptors.
Why is she talking like a conservative? I guess she's talking like a Democrat. What do you mean? Like this is what I'm saying. How are you anti-genocide but still pro-war? What is a war except a genocide disguised? Like, what do you mean we're going to war? Remaking maps, you know what I mean? Trying to be on, that's what they say about the Native Americans. Oh, well, we just went to war with the Native Americans. You know what I mean? And I'm saying, girl, what is this? See how every conversation is about how many people we can kill for our own interests?
I just feel for the first time that we are not safe. But the thing that gives me a little bit of relief is knowing that
we're not safe. The U.S. isn't safe. Jesus Christ. See how these people are so American focused? That's what I'm saying. They don't care about anybody around the world. They care about the U.S. and they only care about the U.S. And a whole thing where they're trying to take a moral high ground against the genocide, the conclusion is Americans need to stay safe.
People on the left and the right are waking up to it. You know, like that gives me hope. If it weren't for that, honestly, I would definitely be 100% black-pilled. I would be a total doomer and I would see no hope for the future. But the people are waking up.
Right.
And so the fact that the individuals you're referring to who are backed into a corner don't have control of the narrative, that's why they're backed into the corner. And they don't know what to do. So they're lashing out and attacking family members, but it's only helping our cause when they do that. Because people see it and they're just like, ew, this is disgusting behavior. Why are you going after a PE teacher who never said anything about Israel at all, you know? And anything I've said about Israel is not anti-Semitic. Israel has carried out a genocide, continues to carry out a genocide in Gaza. They were occupying 53% of the territory. Now they're occupying 64%. Just last night, I read an article about how they quietly redrew the map of the area of Gaza that they're going to occupy. So from 53% to 64%. Where are all those Palestinians going to go? How many refugee crises have we experienced because Israel wants to pursue its border expansion project? And so when I hear people like that Tommy Robinson guy whining about like, oh, the Islamification of the UK, these Muslims are so bad and so dangerous. You are supportive of Israel. So unless you wait.
I don't understand how Anna doesn't understand that Candace Owens is tied to Tommy Robinson. But Tommy Robinson is tied to Lauren Southern. Lauren Southern is tied to Andrew Tate. Like everybody is tied to each other. I don't understand how Anna is. This is what I'm saying. Anna, where is your embodied leftist views? This is why I say, girls, I get it. We've all done this. We've all done this. Okay, well, maybe not all of you, but some of us. Okay, well, all of us, I suppose, in different ways. We go like this. Okay, you have to have embodied values. It has to be life-changing, a real experience, a transformation of character. You know, we're animals born on a planet, and we have to unlearn all of this propaganda. But she doesn't have like an embodied understanding. This is why I say I will not collab with people. No, even if you call yourself a leftist, we're not collabing just because you're a leftist. The bar needs to be higher than that. I'm sorry. This is why when I'm in people's chats, I spoil. Okay? When I hear people say nice things about certain men, I'm like, transphobic. Nah. And then I see how they react. And if they react in a way that excuses the transphobia, you know what I mean? Oh, no, they're Zionists. Oh, they're this. This is what I'm saying. The bar has to be higher.
Wake up and tell the truth about what's actually happening and what's causing these mass migration events. How about you shut up?
I always say that. I'm like, and where do you think these migrants are coming from? Do you think they wanted to be here, or are they being forced out of their homes? And so they can't connect the dot there.
Yeah.
It's, we have a Muslim problem. No, we have an Israel never-ending war problem.
Exactly.
And it's then, of course, these people have to go somewhere if we're just going to take their land.
Look at Lebanon now.
Yeah.
Like, we're just going to take southern Lebanon. And then, by the way, they've begun evacuating villages north of the Litani River, meaning, oh no, it's not just southern Lebanon. And so when people fearmonger about groups like Hezbollah, for instance, which is supported by Iran, you got to understand why Hezbollah exists in the first place. Hezbollah formed in the 1980s after Israel invaded southern Lebanon. So let me ask our red-blooded Americans right now, if Mexico invaded, one of our southern border states, are we just going to sit back and take it, or is there going to be a resistance group, right? Now, we have a military, we have a government that would prevent that from happening. But let's say a foreign country turned our government into a puppet of theirs, and they cared less about protecting the American people and our territory, which I think is the case in Lebanon. There would be a resistance group.
Of course there would be a
100%.
resistance group.
Yeah.
I always said to people, they took their homes. They just spoke up one day and said, I don't care if you've lived here for centuries, you just got to go.
Yes.
We're now giving your land and you're not going to get any money. Like you're at gunpoint, you just got to leave your house.
I can't imagine
It's
what that's
weird
like.
to me that people don't understand that if you keep empowering something that is that immoral, right? Something that believes that genocide is their right, that it's their birthright to mass murder children who don't see you as having a human soul. How do you not comprehend that chicken will eventually come home to roost?
100%. I mean, I think Christians are waking up to it because of the abuse Christians are dealing with. And
I feel like I'm being gaslit right in front of me. I literally feel like none of these women care about kids. None of these women care about, I'm sorry, like not even Anna. Anna, she is a lost lamb, but she is still doing so much damage. I believe this. I really think like they both haven't sat and thought about this for more than 2 fucking seconds. Like, the longer this goes on, the more I'm like, okay, Anna, like, what are you doing? But this feels like, again, like you had a reputation. You built a whole brand, Candace Owens, on a very specific reputation. You don't get to turn around and all of a sudden be, you know what I mean? I swear to God, are the liberals going to start bringing Candace onto the podcast too, like Ashley St. Clair? Come on now.
In Lebanon, in Jerusalem. It's interesting because after World War I, because of the Armenian genocide that was carried out by the Ottoman Empire, Ottoman Turks, Armenians became, they fled. Many went to Syria. They were forced to do a death march, as my great-grandmother was, and she survived it, but my great-grandfather didn't. This is on my dad's side. They killed him, and so she had to do that death march that she survived with her children in tow, including my grandfather. I didn't know this until very recently. My last name wouldn't have been Kasparian. Kasparian is the last name of the man who took my great grandmother and grandfather in and married her and whatever. So I would have had a completely different last name. This made me much more curious about like my ancestry and everything. And on my mom's side, they fled to Palestine. Okay. So my grandmother's birth certificate said Haifa, Palestine. And so I started doing some research into that because she was born in 1937 in Haifa. In 1947, a year before the Nakba happened, basically the Soviet Union was sending ships to what is now Israel to take Armenians back to the homeland because, well, there were these terrorist groups that were carrying out terror attacks against the Palestinians and Christians because Armenians are overwhelmingly Christian, right? And so at that time, what my research showed me was that the Irgun, which is one of the 3 terrorist groups that formed Israel, was attacking the local communities there in Haifa. Doing.
Hold on. Chad said, you said Anna doesn't care about any other genocide, but here she is doing that. I think I said Candace specifically, and I might have said them. I meant the conservatives who are pretending to care about this genocide will vote for another one. I didn't mean the liberals who generally are against genocide. I believe I was talking about conservatives when I said that they don't care. And then this one is personal to Anna, so she obviously cares. It's a part of her family. But I do believe that when I referenced that line, I was speaking about conservatives specifically who generally have always supported the U.S. military occupation of other countries and the wars and genocides we've committed. So it would stand to reason that this genocide is a political move as they don't have any issues with past genocides, right? Anna, I don't know where Anna is, right? Like, I don't know where she's going to be. Yeah, Chad said, I think liberals are opposed to genocide on paper. Right. I think they're opposed to genocide on paper, but the policy and, obviously Biden and Kamala supported the genocide of the Palestinians. So what good is that, right? So again, like, but I believe I was talking about that. But you do realize you didn't prove my point wrong anyways. Because again, sometimes I think, I can't tell if you guys are literal thinkers and I'm a literal thinker and that's what we're saying. But when I say things, sometimes I feel like, sometimes it does feel like maybe I can see the bigger picture better, right? And then sometimes you're like, oh, you said this earlier, but this doesn't count. Oh, what about this? And it's like, okay, again, like, I don't know where you're starting from. So it's hard for me to always know, right? But when you said Anna doesn't care, but look, she's doing it. It's like when Billie Eilish said, can you care about animals and eat them? We're asking a very serious question. What does it mean to care and then engage in a certain behavior? I'm not saying there's an answer. I'm saying you need to ask the answer, right? Yeah, there's a lack of reading between the lines and following the context of the convo. Exactly. There is a lack of read between the lines, see the bigger picture, right? Like, see the bigger picture of what's happening. And also, if you haven't been watching Anna, if you don't know what's been happening, which I think you said earlier, you're making statements to defend a woman you don't have to defend. You don't know her. So then you're trying to point out that I'm wrong, but I'm thinking about the context of everything leading up to this conversation that even happened in the first place, right? You said not even reading between the lines, but just understanding the lines. Yeah, exactly. So I think there's a problem here. I want you guys to practice to the best of your ability. If you're going to say something that you think I got wrong, make sure that you maybe pose it as a question. Oh, hey, Britt, I noticed this. Because then what you're doing is you're saying, Brittany got it wrong, but you don't even have the full picture. Do you know what I'm saying? Right?
Bombings and all sorts of crazy things. So they fled genocide, went to Haifa, and then had to flee again. But luckily, they were able to go back to their homeland at that time, and they went back to Armenia, and that's where my mom was born.
And it's crazy because those terrorist groups, they then came to the United States, their children became executives, politicians. These are what we are dealing with in media are the sons and the daughters of those terrorists. Make no mistake. I mean, this
crazy,
is the Emanuel family being one of them. Rahm Emanuel, Ari Emanuel. How much power does that family have?
Do not trust that man. But Democrats, I'm going to look into the camera right now. Do not trust him. He's putting out statements right now about oh, we should really rethink our support to Israel. He's full of crap. Okay?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
What about the woman sitting across from you?
was in the IDF. Like, no, don't trust him. Democrats need to distance themselves from these people. Like, they're not healthy for us.
To be
for our
honest, I
country.
just think at the top, it's all the same. I think the Epstein files had everyone in it. I think they have been that sort of global arms trafficking, human sex trafficking syndicate is running America and has been running America for a long time. Obviously, Epstein, his side gig was blackmail, but people forget that former Mossad agents testified that he was brought in for the arms deal, for the Iran-Contra scandal.
Yes. Okay, so
I am so deep on the Epstein stuff, and I'm going, oh, okay, so this is what I think is kind of happening in America, is a lot of these people have a lot to do with trafficking.
Well, do you read Dropsite News by any chance?
No.
Okay, you will love it, because Dropsite News, first of all, there was a leak of the former Israeli prime minister's email, and so they started doing reporting on that, and then the Epstein files that were released, they specifically started to look into what kind of ties Epstein had with Israel, and it went beyond blackmailing our politicians and powerful people on behalf of Israel, right? He was making all sorts of international deals on behalf of Israel, including the arms deals you're referring to, cyber weapons, things like that. Why do you think the UAE has such a friendly relationship with Israel?
Weapons was one. And I keep trying to tell people that on my podcast. I'm like, guys, like, this is not. So when I'm like looking into things and there's so much trafficking connections, I'm like, are we looking at the Epstein network? Is that what's being protected? And I don't know what your take is on why Trump is protecting that.
I think they have blackmail on him. I don't know how deep it goes. I also think, just keeping it real, Trump is a very corrupt person. I mean, he loves money, and I think it's easy to buy him. I think he's exceedingly easy to corrupt.
So, and this is my opinion, so I have no proof of this, but when I look at the broader Epstein picture, one of the things that Epstein was always involved in was where women could be trafficked to. So Victoria's Secrets, the guy, Jean-Luc Brunel, was his partner in Paris for like the modeling firm, who ended up killing himself in prison. And hanged himself in prison.
Just like Epstein.
Exactly. And so he was constantly plugged into all of these modeling firms, and also pageantry falls into that category. And that was why was Trump running, the pageantry? Like, is that how he knows Epstein world? Does it go back that deep? Did he do a deal with Epstein and look the other way, like a lot of these other people did, when these Eastern European women were coming in? Those are the questions that I have, because it doesn't make sense otherwise. Do I think he's also protecting his donors? Absolutely.
Totally.
Do I think Trump is his own man? Obviously not. Miriam Adelson she kind of outright purchased the White House.
I mean, he said it himself. I mean, that's the thing that I guess I appreciate about Trump.
Okay. This is what in my opinion, okay, what we are seeing is two women trying to beat patriarchy at its own game by thinking they have, I don't know how to explain to these two women that you have done a lot for yourselves, but you are not helping yourselves. You cannot be patriarchy at its own game, and you are engaging in patriarchal behavior in order to try to pretend that you know what the fuck is going on. Okay? They both think they're smarter than they are, and they both think they are actually like top dog players in the game. Like, I don't know how to tell these two women, you will never not only be picked by the system, but you will absolutely be thrown under the bus. And you are building coalition with who? Like, who is this for? Like, who is all of this for? You know what I mean? Like, what are you doing this for? What is this podcast? You see how they're not talking about kids or humanity or having a realization? It's just another political podcast with more political headlines. They're trying to bro it out. And I'm saying, bro, why are you broing so hard? And it's not even there's not even a skateboard around. You know what I mean? It's just so fucking fake. The whole thing is so fucking fake. And I don't know what the point of this is, except I think it's for the audience. Okay? I think it's for Candace's audience. 1.6 million views in 7 days. I just think this is literally two great journalists building bridges, respect. Powerful couple of women right here. God bless them both in their paths. This is Ben Shapiro's worst nightmare, and I'm all here for it. This is it. This is what the country needs more of. The right and the left coming together, not letting a bunch of evil maniacs and foreign lobby groups stroke the fire and divide us and make us hate each other. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing, but letting that turn into hate will destroy us all, while the real enemy hides in plain sight while pretending to be the most loyal ally. There aren't enough words. What this means, what this signals, what this validates, they are us. We are them. We're rediscovering what unity really means. Brother in Christ, brother. They're playing right in our faces. It's for their audience. It is. I don't know how much Anna is being honestly used as a tool, because I do still believe there's a part of Anna that believes what she's saying. I don't think Candace believes nothing. I don't think she has a core values or what she stands on. Nothing. Okay. But Anna, it feels very much like Anna is making bad decisions because she hasn't meditated enough. So let me do this, okay? Because honestly, I'm kind of running out of spoons. We're only halfway through. Do we want to finish this? Do we give a fuck? Or like, do we get the point of all of this? Do you guys want to finish it? Look, I'll stay another 2 hours if you want to finish it. But do we want to finish it? Or like, we good? We understand. We've got it. We've locked in. We know what this is. This is just bullshit, you know? Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, well, then that's going to be it for today, because listen, okay, this is my final word on this. I really wish, and I would encourage everybody to realize what this is. This is politics, and this is why I don't do politics. Guys, if I was still politically involved, this is what I would have to do. Hassan Piker, with his biggest microphone, still has to debate Asman, Charlie Kirk, Sean Hannity. Listen to me when I say this as a little girl who used to listen to Sean Hannity and who has been to his concerts as a young person, as a young adult. Listen to me when I said I learned at fucking, what was it? How old was I when I learned Sean Hannity was the devil? Why would Hassan Piker in 2026 want to debate Sean Hannity, the devil himself? Stop talking to these fucking corrupt people. Stop platforming them. Stop introducing them to your young audiences. We should forget they exist. Stop talking to them. Okay? Counter them. Cover their content, but stop engaging with them. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm 37 years old. Why is Sean Hannity even still being mentioned? It's just crazy. So for Hassan Piker to want to engage, that's just insane. Yeah, chats at Sean Hannity concerts. I watched, wait, this is even better. I met John Voight. And I met John Voight, but you know who I saw in concert at a Sean Hannity concert? Guys, hold your breath. Billy Ray Cyrus. Honestly, not that bad live. Miley Cyrus's father played at Sean Hannity's concert in San Diego, California, and I was there because my parents are conservatives, and I was in Conservative Talk Radio, and they gave us free tickets to go. Oh, I've been in the streets. I've been in these streets. That's what I'm saying. I have so much lore. I know this bubble. They're a bunch of fucking grifters. They're fucking not standing on anything valid. I'm telling you right now. Okay? I'm telling you right now, they're all fucking liars. So for Hassan Piker to even talk about Sean Hannity, get out of there. They're all fucking liars. Okay? Oh my God. This is so annoying to me. And I can't believe it's like my childhood is coming back to like, what are we even talking about them for? Okay, Billy Ray Cyrus, Miley's dad. He was there. He was there. I saw him. Okay? Anyways, all of this to say, Candace is doing it again. Okay? Candace is the same bubble. Anna's falling for it and or just not doing the work, or she's a grifter. I don't think she's a grifter. She could be, who knows? I don't think Hassan Piker's a grifter, for the fucking record. I don't think he's a grifter. I think he thinks he's the shit. I think Hassan Piker thinks he's the man. I almost would have preferred he was a grifter. It's worse. He thinks he's the guy. He does. Even though he tries to do this faux humility of like, I'm just a guy. He thinks he is the only thing between us and fascism taking over. I 100% believe that. Okay? Yeah, they think they're smarter than they are. Not only do they think they're smarter than they are, they think they're smarter than you. Hassan Piker thinks he's smarter than you. And look, he's probably smarter than some of us, but he literally thinks he is the only thing between us and fascism. When fascism is already here, Habibi, how much? You didn't do anything. It's already here. He's literally like, I will stop fascism, as fascism slaps him in the face and hits all of us. And he's like, I got this, guys. And I'm like, it's already here. It already happened. Why are you still fucking playing hero over here, bro? Because of patriarchy. Patriarchy lets mediocre men think they're heroes without doing anything. That's why. That's why. I tell you this right now. Okay? Right? Chet says, and you think you're smarter than him? LOL, fart sniffers, all y'all. Okay, for the record, I don't sniff farts, even though that's a very traditional kink for a lot of men. I'm not one of those men. And second of all, I think I'm smarter than Hassan in some ways, but not in every way. And third of all, your mom. So, okay? Okay? Mother. Okay? Your mother. Okay? How about that? Huh? Anyways. Okay. Thank you for being here. Look, guys, look. Should we do a Croatian lesson really fast? As we end? Okay, this is my Croatian book. It's 100 Croatian words for your baby. Okay? Žena, woman. Also could mean wife. Okay? Okay? These words can be really hard though. Wait, look at this word. You want to see a crazy word? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. For fucking green triangle. Look at this fucking Croatian word right here, bro. Look at this fucking word. Jeleni paravokutnik. Provoktuknik. Provokutnik. Kutnik. Provokutnik. It's crazy over here. It's crazy over here, bro. Literally, these words are so long, and they're like, hey, you gotta learn this language. And I'm like, smeji trokut. Smeji trokut. Insane, bro. Lutka. Doll. Zervuk. Let's see, what else? Lapta. Where's my Croatians in the chat? Okay, this is crazy, bro. These are crazy words. Some of them are easy, though. Machka. Cat. Machka. Okay? This is my life. Ooh, this one's really hard. Banana. Very hard. Okay? Salata. Lettuce. Salata. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. And then I have to practice. I have to get into my Croatian headspace so I can pronounce the words better. Otherwise, my American accent really fucks with it. You know what I mean? What's another hard word? I feel like the L sound. Where are my Croatians? L. I can't say that one. So they make fun of me. Luchka. People make fun of me for my L sound. Okay? Anyways. This is a really good tester for me, though. It really helps. Croatian, 100 words. Anyways, okay, do viđenja. Have a good day. See you soon. I'm gonna go. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it so much. Truly. I'll get it, though. I'm gonna get it. Okay? I'm gonna figure it out. It's gonna be great. They won't even know. Okay? They won't even know. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Take care of yourself. If you're a Discord member, great. We are doing a 50% off for Pride Month. Pride 26 is the code. Pride 26 on Patreon if you want to join us on the Discord. 18 plus, guys. I don't want to hang out with your children. See, the ways I protect your kids, because the way these YouTubers, you know what I mean? Putting kids and adults together in a Discord sounds crazy to me. You know, I tried that at one time in my life. Absolutely insane era. Absolutely not. Okay. So come join us. You know, come hang out. Pride 26, 50% off. No pressure, of course. Especially if you're already YouTube members, no pressure. Thank you for being here, guys. And honestly, politics really is where good people go to die. Who could Anna Kasparian have been if maybe she was into philosophy more? Without getting distracted by all of these, we have to build coalition, even if it means people who traditionally would always vote against my own self-interest. Like, Candace Owens isn't voting against women's rights, literally. Like, the first thing Anna even points out is that she's pro-choice because she knows Candace is pro-life. What are we even talking about? I know she said it like as it relates to the genocide, but Candace Owens is pro-life. Candace Owens will vote against our reproductive rights. And then you want me to build coalition. Listen, I will build coalition with people to feed children, but I'm not going to build coalition for anything else. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. How easily we're expected. You know what I mean? The bar is truly in hell with the people we're dating and the people we're building community with. Insane. Absolutely crazy. All right. See you Monday. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Bye.